In episode 21 of the CySec101 series, we are going through the basics of cryptography, and we have now started a new module in the Cybersecurity 101 pathway of TryHackMe. And this module is the cryptography module, which is a very exciting module because this is where we get into encryptions and the variety of different decryption or hacking abilities. For example, John the Ripper. It's all very exciting. I actually love John the Ripper. It's probably my favorite tool when it comes down to cracking passwords, so on and so forth. So very excited about this particular room and this particular module. We're going to go through a variety of different tasks here, and most of them are lecture based. So there's the intro, the importance of cryptography, plain text to ciphertext, historical ciphers, types of encryption, basic math, and of course the summary of this. And then there's a few tools that I'm going to give you as well, and that'll be it for this one. I think it's going to be a fairly quick video, but it is a very important video because everything has to do with encryption and cryptography in the modern world that we are in today. If you'd like to support this channel, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous, the premier channel for security professionals and hackers. We have 4 tiers: the supporter, agent, guardian, and master. And each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. However, the agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, plus much more. And to join, you can join simply using the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click on the join button, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and then you'll be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. Now, without further ado, let us jump into the cryptography basics room. Alright, you may or may not have wondered how things are protected online, and really how information has been protected for God knows how many centuries now. We have these in the modern era, right? You have third parties that are trying to read your messages, or how your app and web browser builds a secure channel with a remote server, basically meaning a connection to a different computer which is serving the data that you want. For example, when you log into your bank account doing online banking, how is that conversation, how is that connection secured, right? And by secure, we meaning no one can actually read or alter the exchange data. So nobody can actually read your login information when you get into your bank. Nobody can, when you try to transfer money between 2 accounts, no one can actually put their account number and transfer money into their account instead of your account. And also, we're making sure that we're actually connecting with the real server instead of somebody's dummy server. That has happened very frequently over the last couple of years with these phishing campaigns becoming much more elaborate and sophisticated. So all of this is done to cryptography, and this is how we can ensure that these conversations and these connections are actually secure. So cryptography lays the foundation for our digital world. While networking protocols have made it possible for devices spread across the globe to communicate, cryptography has made it possible to trust the communication. And this room is the first of 3 introductory rooms that we're going to be going through all of these things inside of the cryptography module that we're in right now. So we're going to cryptography basics today. In the next episode, we're going to go through public key cryptography basics, and then we're going to go through hashing. And in the 4th room, or the 4th module, or 4th room inside of the module is going to be the John the Ripper. So if you are not sure, you can go through pre-security, and there's several videos that we already did on pre-security for the beginning of the CySec101 series. So all of those is also available to you as well. So the learning objectives for this video is going to be cryptography key terms, the importance of it, Caesar cipher, which is the very first cipher, standard symmetric ciphers, and then common asymmetric ciphers, and then basic mathematics commonly used in cryptography. And all of this is really, I mean, if you're a nerd when it comes down to math and cryptographs, how you can create secret messages and ciphers and all of that stuff, how to decode messages from the ancient world. If you've ever seen any movie about Indiana Jones, for example, Indiana Jones is a good one, and really any other type of movie where they're like, hey, we need the cipher so we can decode this or decrypt this. That's all this entire module is about. So it's actually really fun if you're a nerd like me, but if you're not, this might not be fun. I think it's fun. I don't know. I'll try to make it fun for you. And that's basically it. Those are the goals that we have for this video, for this room. So we are now going to actually go into the first portion of this, which is the importance of cryptography, which is a very, 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 very important subject in the world that we live in today. The ultimate purpose or goal of cryptography is to ensure that secure communication is taking place in the presence of adversaries, because adversaries are everywhere. These are just newbies that are getting into hacking to people who are super advanced and they really know how to do some serious damage. Secure includes confidentiality and integrity of the communicated data. We talk about confidentiality, integrity, and availability inside of the CIA triad, inside of the Security Plus training series that was just launched. So that's also another one of those really good ones that if you're planning on being in security for a while, you should at least study Security Plus. Even if you don't want to get the certification or anything, you should be aware of all of the philosophies and concepts that are in it. And then cryptography can be defined as the practice and study of techniques for secure communication and data protection where we expect the presence of adversaries and third parties. In other words, these adversaries should not be able to disclose or alter the contents of the messages, or they should not be able to see the contents of the messages, right? It's used to protect confidentiality, integrity, and authenticity. And in this age, you can use cryptography daily, or you do use it daily. You're almost certainly reading this over an encrypted connection, which I am, and you're probably watching this over an encrypted connection, because if you're watching it on YouTube, which you are, then this is happening through an encrypted connection. Consider the following scenarios where you would use cryptography. So when you log into TryHackMe, or when I log into TryHackMe, or if you have an account with TryHackMe, whatever, your credentials are encrypted and sent to the server so that no one can retrieve them by snooping on your connection. So when you log into anything in the modern era, this is what's happening. Your credentials are encrypted and then they're sent to the server so that no one can retrieve them by snooping on your connection, basically just watching your connection, right? And this is with your email account, it's with your bank account, it's with the random shopping account, Amazon, for example. Anything that you use these days, it should be encrypted using HTTPS so that nobody can actually get your login credentials and see what you're doing, right? When you connect over SSH, which is secure shell, your SSH client and the server establish an encrypted tunnel so no one can eavesdrop on your session. And then when you conduct online banking, which we talked about several times, your browser checks the remote server certificate to confirm that you're communicating with your bank's server and not an attacker's server, which is a really important one as well. When you download a file, how do you check if it was downloaded correctly? Cryptography provides a solution through hash functions to confirm that your file is identical to the original one that you were trying to download. So you rarely have to interact directly with it, but its solutions and implications are literally everywhere in the digital world, and pretty much everyone is on the digital world. I mean, literally, my mother, who is now a grandmother, uses Facebook and like all these things on her phone, and she comes and shows me these things, and I'm like, dude, how did you even learn this? Like, it's so interesting to me that this 70-something-year-old lady is now like, she is stuck to her freaking iPhone, and it drives me crazy because she's on her phone more than I am. And I'm like, yo, can you just get your face out of your phone for a second and like talk to me? But anyways, when handling credit cards, the company must follow and enforce the PCI, Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard, which is a very big one. In this case, PCI DSS ensures a minimum level of security to store, process, and transmit data related to credit cards or card credits. If you check the PCI DSS for large organizations, which is the standard link actually, yeah, so this is actually the documentation that they have. It's a 37-page document, and it basically shows you all of the standards that are required for large organizations to protect payment card information. You'll learn that the data should be encrypted both while being stored, which means being at rest. It's not being transmitted anywhere. And while being transmitted, which means it's in motion. In the same way that handling payment card details requires complying with PCI DSS, handling medical records requires complying with their respective standards. Unlike credit cards, the standards for handling medical records vary from one country to another. Example laws and regulations that should be considered when handling medical records include HIPAA, which is a really big one for hospitals and insurance companies and basically anything that has to do with health information. There is high-tech, which is the Health Information Technology for Economic and Clinical Health, which is basically the tech regulation for HIPAA. And then we have GDPR, the General Data Protection Regulation, which is any European citizen that goes online. What doesn't matter what website you visit, it could be a US-based website. Their data needs to be protected, which is why GDPR is pretty much enforced on every single website, because you never know when somebody in the EU is actually going to be looking at your website. So you have to abide by it just in case they do. And then we have DPA, which is the Data Protection Act in the UK. And then there is state specific in the United States for California and New York and all these places. So there is a lot, right? So this list that we see is not the exhaustive list because there are so many freaking regulations. It just gives you an idea of all the the legal requirements that healthcare providers should consider depending on their country and so on and so forth. So these laws and regulations show that cryptography is a necessity that should be present, yet usually hidden from direct user access. So just to give you an idea here, just to kind of show you what it actually looks like. So if we zoom in up here, I do this regularly, right? So if you go to any website and you click on this little button right here, this is on Chrome, so this is what it looks like. But if you click it, or if I just click on this, you'll see that it has HTTPS, which means it's actually encrypted because it's the secure version of HTTP. And then when I click on this, I can actually verify the connection of my browser to TryHackMe's web server by clicking on that. And then over here, you can see that the certificate is valid. And then we come here, and then now we can see that this is, the certificate has been issued to these guys. It expires on Tuesday, March 24th of 2025. So it looks like they have it every quarter basically, or every 4 months, it seems like. And then this is the certificate hash, SHA-256 hash print. And then this is the public key for the certificate here. And these are technically encryptions, right? So hashing algorithms are another way to say that things are being encrypted. And what's nice about it is that you cannot unhash something. You can't dehash something. You can only do it if you actually had the original value of something. But this is how we verify our connection with the website for TryHackMe, right? So they have a public key. I get a private key because this is an asymmetric encryption, and we'll be talking about this in a little bit. And my private key to be able to access this website is my username and password, right? So when you have asymmetric, there's always a public key that the website has, and they have it to verify that this is who they are, and this is our certificate authority, and so on and so forth. They have that. And then this is the certificate's hashing algorithm, so that it verifies the actual certificate itself as well. And then there's the private key. So the private key is what is used to decrypt, I guess, or to be able to access the resources of this web server. And if you want to do it, you need to be able to do it with either using a secure browser, which what Chrome does, and Chrome allows you to have a private key, and that's generated from your actual computer or from your device. So that's one way of certifying who you are. But then when you have a username and password, that serves as another key that allows you to access the more the private, like all the stuff that's actually inside TryHackMe that you need a user account for. So there's levels to this, right? So what is the standard that is required for handling credit card information, which is PCI, Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard, PCI DSS. And that's what we got for this question. So now let's go to plain text to ciphertext, which is essentially encryption. That's what that means. Plain text to ciphertext means encryption. Plain text is a generic term. It's like a blanket term that we use to refer to any kind of readable data. So it could actually be, a hello message. It could be a picture of a cat. It could be credit card information. It could be medical health records. It's essentially anything that is viewable or readable. And plain text is all-encompassing. It's basically a term that applies to all of those things, okay? From cryptography, this means, plain text refers to anything that's waiting to be encrypted. Now, the plain text is passed through the encryption function along with a proper key, right? And the encryption function returns a ciphertext. And the encryption function is a part of the cipher. A cipher is an algorithm to convert plain text into ciphertext, and then vice versa. So you have the person sending their plain text. it goes through the encryption function. There's a key that's attached to it that is used to decrypt it so that once it turns into ciphertext, so basically the plain text and the key goes in through the encryption, ciphertext is generated. But then if you have ciphertext and you want to decrypt it, you use the key and then you decrypt it, and then it turns back into plain text, which is the cat photo or the contents of the message, or you actually logging into your bank account, whatever, right? So to recover it, we just go through the whole thing. I jumped ahead, but we would use ciphertext as well as the key. It goes through the decryption, and then it turns into plain text, and it gets to the recipient. That's basically what that does. So now we have several key terms that we need to kind of go over so you really understand what's going on. So plain text is the original readable message or data before it's encrypted. It could be a document, an image, multimedia file, or any other type of binary data, or really any other type of data that has not been encrypted yet. Ciphertext is the scrambled, unreadable version of the message after it's been encrypted. We cannot get any information about the original plain text except its approximate size. That's basically all we get. The cipher is the algorithm or method that converts the plain text into ciphertext and then back again. The cipher is usually developed by a mathematician, okay? The key is a string of bits that the cipher uses to encrypt or decrypt the data, okay? And then we're going to be talking about what encryption and decryption basically means. But the process of turning something into ciphertext from plain text is encryption, and then the process of turning it from ciphertext back into plain text is decryption, okay? So the key is what we use to turn it to either encrypt it or decrypt it, basically. It's more important for decryption than it is for encryption, but when you use asymmetric encryption, the key must remain secret unless it is the public key, which is an asymmetric encryption, which is what you saw when I just looked at the certificate for TryHackMe. But your private key, because there's keys, right? So there's the public key and then there's a private key. So the private key needs to be private, as the name implies. Like, people should not be getting your username and password, basically. So we will visit this in a couple of tasks here. And encryption is the process of converting it into ciphertext. Decryption is the process of converting ciphertext back into plain text, basically. And then we have what do you call the encrypted plain text, which is cipher text. Very good. We're making good progress here. What do you call the process that returns the plain text? What that is decryption. Okay, cool. Now, historical ciphers. This is where it gets kind of interesting. I mean, I think it's already interesting, but this is where it gets kind of fun to think about it historically. So cryptography is actually something that goes way back. This is ancient Egypt is the earliest reference to this. 1900 BCE, which is a long freaking time ago. It's millennia. Not millennia is a million years, I think. So is it 1,000 years? Whatever, thousands of years ago. I feel like millennia is 1,000 years ago. Anyways, one of the it is 1,000 years ago. Okay, my mind is now running away. Okay. I'm not going to check it because I don't want to go down these freaking rabbit holes, but I believe it's millennia ago. However, one of the simplest historical ciphers is the Caesar cipher. And the Caesar cipher dates back to the 1st century of BCE. The idea is very simple. You just shift each letter by a certain number to encrypt the message, and then you would tell the person that, you know, we shifted it by these many numbers, and then that would be their key to decrypt the message. So let's say the plain text is TryHackMe. The key is 3, so it is a right shift of 3. And this is the cipher, the Caesar cipher, which means what? So T will become W if you shift right. So T, then the next one is U, then you have a V, and then you have W. So T, if it shifts to the right 3 times, becomes W. R becomes U, Y becomes B, and so on and so forth, right? So if it's Z, then it would be A, B, C would be the replacement for Z. You just basically continue going, right? So you're moving forward. Essentially, that's what it means to assume that you're shifting right, you're moving forward. This is the very most basic version of ciphers, which is the Caesar cipher. So what happens here is that TryHackMe then turns into this. I'm not going to try to pronounce that. Wubkadivifnifproof. That's basically what it is, right? So that's what TryHackMe will turn into. And this is what it looks like, right? So A would shift. So A would shift to the right, and then it becomes D. And then B would shift to the right, and it becomes E. C would shift, and it turns to F. You get the idea, right? So this is what the basic ciphertext Caesar cipher encryption looks like, right? So to decrypt it, you would say, hey, this is the ciphertext. Your key is 3, and now you need to go to the left, right? Because we went to the right 3 times. So now you need to go to the left 3 times, which means what? D goes to the left and it becomes A, right? E goes to the left and it becomes B. F goes to the left and it becomes C, so on and so forth. That's what the most basic cipher, Caesar cipher, looks like. So we shift to the right by 3. For decryption, we shift to the left by 3. And then as illustrated in the images that we saw, if someone gives you a ciphertext and tells you that it was encrypted using Caesar cipher, recovering the original text would be a trivial task because there are only 25 possible keys, meaning that, okay, shift to the right 24 times and then shift to the left 24 times. It's like, that's basically it, because the English alphabet is 26 letters, and that's basically it. If you shift 26 times, A becomes A, right? So that's that's literally the only thing that you can do. So it's a fairly easy cipher to decrypt now. So the figure below shows how decryption will succeed by attempting all of the possible keys. In this case, we recover the original message with key equals 5. Consequently, by today's standards, where the cipher is publicly known, Caesar cipher is considered extremely insecure. Insecure is just like an understatement. So this is it, right? So this is the original, this is the ciphertext, and the decryption is 5 in this case. So key 1, if it moved by 1 position, that's what it would turn into. If it moved by 2, 3, or 5, 5 is where it actually lands. And you see this is Alpha Bravo contacting Tango Hotel Mike, right? That's basically it. So Alpha Bravo contacting THM, TryHackMe, right? And then key 6 turns back into jargon. So this is not difficult to decrypt here. So you would come across many more historical ciphers in movies and cryptography books. The Vigenere cipher from the 16th century, the Enigma machine from World War II, the one-time pad from the Cold War, and these are all interesting stories. If you're even remotely fascinated by this, doing a YouTube search for these ciphers will be an interesting little side project for you, and you'll get some cool little stories that goes with it. So knowing that this is our ciphertext, using this, what is the original plain text? So we don't have, what's the hint? What's our hint? It says online tools such as the ones available at crypty.com pipe Caesar cipher, and then this cipher. Okay, so we'll just use this one, and then I guess we can actually just use an automated tool. If you also know, if you know basic scripting, you can actually just write a script that will shift one letter, or like it'll create essentially a attempt at decryption by shifting one at a time, and then ultimately you'll get your response. So Caesar cipher has a bunch of different websites right now, so we don't need to do all of that. So all we can do is we can just go and copy and paste. What's going on? Let me go and paste it. Can I pay? There we go. Okay, so Caesar cipher, and then you have this right here, and then it says to encrypt it, and then what do we get? And it doesn't give us the key, so we have to kind of mess around with this when we're decoding. And then this is what we get over here. This is the alphabet, and this is the plain text. The key is 7 here. So this is what I can do. I'm just gonna go to 1, and then we're gonna pay attention to the plain text, right? So, okay, so we were able to pull that off. All right, so here we go. We have a shift of 1 will end up being this. Shift of 2 is that 3, 4, 5. Let me see, 4. No. 5, 6. I'm just going to keep clicking until I find it. Okay, so there we go. It was a shift of 22 to the right, and it is I can encrypt is the message that we got here. And that's basically it. That was like not complicated to do. You know what I'm saying? So there we go. That's all we got. And then we're going to go over here, and we're going to click on that, and boom. And there we go. I can encrypt. That is the correct message. So Let's move on to the types of encryption. There are two main categories of encryption, and one is symmetric, the other one is asymmetric. So these are the categories. We're not talking about the individual types yet. These are categories of encryption. And then under symmetric, there's going to be a variety of different types of symmetric encryption, and then same thing for asymmetric. So symmetric is also known as symmetric cryptography, and it uses the same key to decrypt and encrypt data. So encrypt and decrypt, and then vice versa, as shown in the figure below, which we will see right here, right? Keeping this key secret is a must. It's also called the private key cryptography. Furthermore, communicating the key to the intended parties can be challenging, as it requires a secure communication channel, and maintaining the secrecy of the key can be a significant challenge, especially if there are many recipients. The problem becomes more severe in the presence of a powerful adversary. Consider the threat of industrial espionage, which happens quite frequently. Okay, so typically what it's like is that if you're using symmetric encryption to encrypt something, and then it requires a private key to be transferred to the other party, what you would end up using is using asymmetric encryption to transfer the private key, because it'll end up securing the communication channel, and that ends up being an asymmetric encryption channel. And then that asymmetric encryption allows you to transfer the private key, and then the other person, the recipient, uses that private key to decrypt the message. Okay, so this is what it looks like over here. We have Alice being the sender. It has plain text using the shared secret key to encrypt it, and it turns into ciphertext. Then the ciphertext is sent to Bob, and then the shared secret key is this is like the most crucial element of this whole process, is that shared secret key that is used to decrypt the message, and then Bob gets the plain text. That's basically symmetric encryption in a nutshell. So where you created a password protected document to share it with your colleague would be an example. You can easily email the encrypted document to your colleague, but most likely you cannot email them the password. The reason is that anyone with access to their mailbox would access both the password protected document and the password. Therefore, you need to think of a different way. For example, a different channel to share the password. Unless you think of a secure, accessible channel, one solution would be to meet in person and communicate the password to them. So this is how you become like really careful when you're transferring secret documents, right? Examples of a symmetric encryption are the data encryption standard, and then the triple data encryption standard, and then the advanced encryption standard, which are very, very common, and we talk about this a lot inside of the Security Plus training series that we just did. So DES was adopted as a standard in 1977. It uses a 56-bit key, and then the advancement of computing power in 1999, DES key was successfully broken in less than 24 hours, motivating them to do triple DES, which is essentially just 3 multiplied by this, right? The key size is 168 bits, although the effective security is 112 bits. 3DES was more of an ad hoc solution when DES was no longer considered secure. It was deprecated in 2019 and should be replaced by AES. However, it may still be found in some legacy systems, and AES is the standard since 2001, and its key size could be 128, 192, or 256 bits, and this is all symmetric, right? There are other more symmetric encryption ciphers used in a variety of applications, so we are not going to be talking about them because they are not the standards, but there's a lot of different symmetric encryptions that exist. Asymmetric, which is the opposite of symmetric, it uses the same key for encryption and decryption, so there's no longer a private key at this point. It uses a pair of keys, one to encrypt and the other to decrypt, as shown in the illustration below. To protect confidentiality, asymmetric encryption, or asymmetric cryptography, encrypts the data using the public key. Hence, it's also known as public key cryptography. And so in this case, Alice has the plain text. There's Bob's public key, so Bob's public key, that is used to encrypt the data, the plain text that Alice is trying to send. And then that turns into ciphertext, and then the ciphertext combined with Bob's private key is used to decrypt the message, and then Bob actually gets the plain text. So RSA is the Diffie-Hellman elliptic curve cryptography, and these are two keys involved in the process referred to as the public key and a private key. The data encrypted with the public key can be decrypted with the private key. Your private key needs to be kept private, hence the name. Asymmetric encryption tends to be slower, and many asymmetric encryption ciphers use larger keys than symmetric encryption. For example, RSA uses a 2048-bit, 3072-bit, and 4096-bit keys. 2048 is the recommended minimum key size. Diffie-Hellman also has a recommended minimum key size of 2048, but uses 3072 and 4096 for enhanced security. On the other hand, ECC can achieve equivalent security with shorter keys. For example, with a 256-bit key, ECC provides a level of security compared to the 3072-bit RSA key. Okay, so ECC is the elliptic curve cryptography, and then RSA is the basic one. You'll see a lot of RSA keys that we'll decrypt or we'll get access to when we do rooms like the John the Ripper rooms and a variety of other rooms as well. The RSA keys are common keys that you'll see, but there's also elliptic curve cryptography, which, as we saw with the example right here, it is the superior method of cryptography, because with a 256-bit key, you will get the security level that is comparable to a 3072-bit RSA key. Asymmetric encryption is based on a particular group of mathematical problems that are easy to compute in one direction but extremely difficult to reverse. In this context, extreme difficult means practically infeasible unless you actually get to quantum computing, which apparently seems to be like a really big deal now. For example, we can rely on a mathematical problem that would take a very long time, millions of years to solve using today's technology. But again, quantum computing is making it much easier to do those things, which means that encryption is going to become even more advanced than what we are seeing over here. So just imagine that obviously the 4096-bit key is a very, very powerful key. And then this is going to become obsolete because quantum computing is going to become so powerful at decrypting these things. So since the RSA is going to become obsolete, 256-bit ECC will probably end up turning into a 10,000-bit ECC, which will end up being much, much more powerful than anything that RSA can achieve right now. And then it'll just get more and more sophisticated. There is this argument that's being made that encryption is going to go out the window and nobody's data is going to be private once quantum computing becomes very popular. But the concept here is that how many people can get a quantum computer? Not anybody anytime soon. It's probably these massive organizations like Google and Nivea or something like that. Nvidia, excuse me. Nivea is a lotion company for women's cosmetics. Nvidia and Google and Intel and all these big tech companies are probably the only ones that actually have a quantum computer, and it's going to take a while before that quantum computer is something that is accessible to the average human being, which means that those companies, they may be able to decrypt all of your data. Yes, that's for sure, but it doesn't mean that they're going to do something with your data or they're going to start robbing you or something like that. I mean, for the most part, they already own all of your data anyway. So it's like, for me, it's like, this conspiracy theory of, once quantum computing comes out, encryption is going to go out the door and it's not going to matter anymore. It feels a little bit childish because it's just going to take, I feel like it's going to take at least a decade for quantum computing to become so easily accessible that the average human being can now go get access to a quantum computer, right? So we're going to visit various asymmetric encryption ciphers in the next room. For now, the important thing to note is that asymmetric encryption provides you with a public key that you share with everyone and a private key that you keep guarded and secret. So Alice and Bob are fictional characters commonly used in cryptography examples to represent two parties trying to communicate securely. Symmetric encryption is a method in which the same key is used for both encryption and decryption. This key must remain secure and never be disclosed to anyone except Alice and Bob. And an asymmetric is a method that uses two different keys, which is a public key for encryption and a private key for decryption. This is funny that Alice and Bob is like a new term that has been used here. Um, A and B, right? A and B, get it? Okay, moving on. Should you trust DES, the data encryption standard? I mean, I would say nay, because it is very much out ever since 2000. No, not even 2000. I think it was like 1999 is when it became obsolete. When was AES adopted as the encryption standard? And that was 2001, right? Okay, cool. Very good. All right. Now let's talk about some basic mathematics. Hey. The building blocks of modern cryptography lie in mathematics. To demonstrate some basic algorithms, we will cover two mathematical operations. Don't worry, we're not going to go crazy here. I promise I will try to avoid all of the rabbit holes here. The XOR operation, the XOR, is a binary operation that is commonly used for encryption and decryption of data. XOR operates on binary data, also known as bits, and is based on the principle of the Boolean algebra. And the operation involves two bits, which is ones and zeros. So the result of the operation is 1 if the two bits are different, and 0 if they are the same. Okay? And then you have the modulo operation, right? Not to be confused with Modelo, which is a beer. XOR operation, short for exclusive OR, is a logical operation in binary arithmetic. And we kind of talked about this in one of the previous videos, and I almost lost my mind because binary, for a second I was like, oh my god, I literally, like, I was like, dude, I don't get this. And it goes to show you I'm not a mathematician, I'm not a math genius, right? And you don't have to be one to be successful in security. That's the other thing. So the XOR, exclusive OR, is a logical operation in binary arithmetic that plays a crucial role in various computing cryptographic applications. In binary, XOR compares two bits and then returns 1 if the bits are different and 0 if they are the same, as we can see here. Right? The operation often represented by the symbol plus in a circle or this like upward arrow kind of a thing. So A and B would be our two different bits. If they are the same, right, it would be 0. If they are different, so 0 and 1 will return 1, 1 and 0 will return 1, and then 1 and 1 will return 0 because they are the same. Now, this is actually a very basic breakdown of binary. The one that we did in the last video, I almost lost my freaking mind, okay? But this one is very, very basic. It'll return 0 if they're the same. It'll return 1 if they're different. That's basically it. And since you only have two numbers to worry about, then you can see that there aren't very many variations to this, okay? What we're seeing here is something called the truth table, and it's a table that shows all of the possible outcomes. The XOR truth table states all four cases, so you can actually have 0 and 0, 0 and 1, 1 and 0, and then 1 and 1. Those are basically all of the cases that we could potentially have over here. Let's consider an example where we want to apply XOR to the binary numbers 1010 and 1100, okay? In this case, we perform the operation bit by bit. So if you have 1 and 1 equals 0, 0 and 1 equals 1, 1 and 0 equals 1, and 0, 0 equals 0, right? If they're the same, you get 0. If they're different, you get 1, resulting in 0, 1, 1, 0. So if you're comparing these two, right? So if you're comparing these two next to each other, 1 and 1 is 0, okay? Because they're the same. 0 and 1 are different, so you would get 1. And then 1 and 0 are different, so that would also be 1. And then 0 and 0 are the same, so you would get 0. Okay? Hopefully that made sense. You may be wondering how XOR can play a role in cryptography. It has several interesting properties that make it useful in cryptography and error detection. One key property is that applying XOR to a value with itself results in 0. Applying XOR to any value with 0 leaves it unchanged because it's the same, right? So A and A would be 0. A and 0 would be A, basically. That's what we can get, right? Because if it's A and A equals 0, then the binary value of these two is going to be 0. So A and 0, if you're comparing these two together, that means it's also A, right? Because A and A was, hopefully that makes sense, right? Additionally, XOR is commutative, meaning A plus B will equal to B plus A, right? So it could be essentially the reverse. And it's associative, which means A plus B plus C will be A plus B plus C, like that, right? Let's see how we can make use of this in cryptography. So we can demonstrate how XOR can be used as a basic symmetric encryption algorithm. Consider the binary values P and K, where P is the plain text and K is the secret key. The ciphertext would be C, ciphertext, equals P plus K, okay? Now, if we know that C and K, if we know C and K, then we can recover P. We start with C plus K equals P plus K plus K, okay? Stick with me, okay? If we know C and K, so this is what we're looking for. We're looking for a P right here. If we know C and if we know K, then we're looking for P. We start with C plus K, so the cipher plus the key, okay, equals the plain text plus the key plus the key. But we know that P plus K, so the plain text and the key, plus the key equals the plain text plus the key and the key, because XOR is associative, right? Furthermore, we know that K plus K equals 0 because they're the same. So P plus K plus K equals P plus K plus K equals P plus 0, which means that it's the same, P plus K, which equals to P. In other words, XOR served as a simple symmetric encryption algorithm. In practice, it's more complicated as we need a secret key as long as the plain text itself, which is obviously much longer than these things, and it ends up becoming really, really long data sets that have this plus that separate them. So hopefully this actually made sense, because I could just keep repeating this over and over and over again, but I would recommend you just rewatch that if you're interested in learning about XOR, binary encryption, so on and so forth. But that's the most basic way that we can think about it, right? So I'm not going to repeat this, because you could just replay it and just watch it over again. But if you go through it a few times, and if you're decent at puzzles, if you're decent at pattern recognition, then you'll be able to understand what just happened. But it can be confusing, especially when you like say it out loud and somebody's trying to explain something over, and then you're like, okay, my God, what the hell did you just say? All it sounds like is you're just saying P, K, and C, and P, and K, and P, and P, and 0, and P. It's like, that's all it sounds like you're saying, but there is a method to the madness, okay? We have the modulo operation, not to be confused with modello. Another mathematical operation we often encounter in cryptography is modulo, commonly written as the percentage or mod. You'll probably see that, or you've probably seen that. The modulo operator is x percentage y, is the remainder, where x is divided by y, and the remainder is what's left over, right? Hopefully you remember at least how to find remainders of something. So if we do 10 divided by 3, for example, we'll get 3 with a remainder of 1, because 9 divided by 3 would end up being 3. 10 divided by 3 would still be 3, and then you would have a remainder of 1. In our daily life calculations, we focus more on the result of division than on the remainder. The remainder plays a significant role in cryptography. You need to work with large numbers when solving some cryptography exercises. If your calculator fails, we suggest using a programming language such as Python. Python has a built-in integer type that can handle integers of arbitrary size and would automatically switch to large types as needed. Many other programming languages have dedicated libraries for big integers. If you prefer to do your math online, consider Wolfram Alpha. So let's consider a few examples. 25 divided by 5, right? That's basically what this is. It would be 0, because 25 divided by 5 is 5, and there is no remainder left, so that's what we would get. 23 divided by 6 would technically leave us with 5, because 3 times 6 would be 18, and then 23 minus 18 would end up giving us a remainder of 5, right? That's what we basically get over here. That's how this whole thing works, really. 23 divided by 7 would be 2. So 3 times 7 is 21. 23 minus 21 would give you 2. So that would be the remainder, which is 2. An important thing to remember about modulo is that it's not reversible. If we are given the equation of x to this 5 right here, and you have a remainder of 4, there could be an infinite values of x, because you could get a variety of different operations that would yield you with a remainder of 4. So the modulo operation always returns a non-negative result less than the divisor, which means that for any integer and a and positive integer n, the result will always be n divided by n, will always have the range between 0 or n minus 1, which is this. So this is n right here. So this would be n. So this would be n minus 1 in this particular case. So the result will always be less than this, because it needs to be less than what is being divided by. The divisor, I guess, is the technical term, right? So if it's 25 divided by 5, your remainder would be 0, because that's actually giving you an exact division, and that's perfectly fine. If it's 23 divided by 6, the remainder is 5, which is less than 6. In this case, the remainder is 2, which is less than 7. So the result will always be less than the divisor, because otherwise it would be perfectly 0, or it would give you some kind of a other type of response. It will never be negative, right? It's always going to be at least 1 to the number of this. So 1 to 6 in this particular case, 1 to 5 in this case, so on. You get it, right? So that's basically what we got. So now we got to do 1001 and then 1010, right? So what we're trying to do is find the binary response to this. So 1 and 1 are the same, so it would be what? It would be 0. And then 0 and 0 are the same, so that would also be 0. And then 0 and 1 are different, so that would be 1. And then 1 and 0 are different, that would be 1. So you press enter, and we're good here. Now, what is this? So this, we actually need to go and do some kind of an operation here, and we'll use the website that we just got, this Wolfram website. So enter what you want to calculate or know about. And so we want to, I'm guessing if I just copy and paste this, it'll know what we're trying to do. So let's copy it and paste it and see if it'll actually understand what I'm trying to do here. Oh, 3565. So that's, I think it understands exactly what we're trying to do, and we're just trying to get the remainder. So it would be 3565. And let's see. Okay, cool. That did work. And 60 by 12, we should actually be able to do this in our mind. So if it's 4 times 12, it'll be 48. If it's 5 times 12, it'll actually end up being 60, which means that there is no remainder here. This is actually perfectly divisible. So we can do 0, and that would be our response. Perfect. Excellent. And that's it. That's literally it for this exercise. So let's see what our summary is, and then we will do a couple of final notes, and then you can go home. You can go to recess. So in this episode, you learned some of the basics of cryptography. We learned why it's so important and some of the problems that it actually solves. We also learned about the Caesar cipher and the various encryptions, which is symmetric and asymmetric encryptions. And we're going to be going deeper into these concepts as we progress in our cryptography module of the CySec101 series. So there's no final question here. We're just going to click complete, and then we'll be done. And that's basically it for today. So if you found this video useful, I do encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out. And I very much encourage you to go check out all of the other videos that are available on this channel. There's a lot of stuff, and there's stuff constantly coming out. And I have learned how to, I kind of knew how to do this, but the thumbnails is something that I get a lot of response about lately. Because if you go to the very, very beginning, the videos that were uploaded at the beginning of the channel, the thumbnails were so freaking basic and elementary, we can call them, and they've just become cooler. I feel like I just like these thumbnails so much. I'm falling in love with the thumbnails, and it's so much fun just to come up with the thumbnail ideas and try to have these AI emulators create them and try to keep it somehow along the same lines of what the actual content of the video is. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of great stuff that's on the channel, and there's constantly new stuff coming out. And if you have questions, then drop it in the comment section. I'll respond to your comments in the comment section. If it's a really good question, then I'll go ahead and create a video in response. And if it's a really big question, like, hey, can you do a beginner series on cybersecurity? Then we end up with a playlist called the CySec101 playlist. Shout out Darnell Knight. And that's basically it for this one. So make sure that you like, subscribe, turn on notification bell, and of course, drop a comment. You can ask your questions, or you could just say thank you if you want to. And another way to say thank you would be to support this channel by joining the Hackaholics Anonymous community, which is the premier channel for security professionals and hackers. And we have 4 tiers: the supporter, agent, guardian, and the master. And each tier will get their own Discord server and early access to the content. But the agent, guardian, and master levels will get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations that I create for them, and live streams with me every single month, plus much more. And you can join by simply clicking the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you'll be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. If you do join, I look very forward to seeing you in the Discord servers. If you don't join, then at the very least, I hope I see you in the comment section, and I hope I see you as a subscriber of our community. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker/protector. No one else loves you. Hank loves you. Love, peace, and chicken grease. And I'll see you in the next video later. In episode 22 of our CySec101 series, we're going to go through the public key cryptography basics. In the last one, we talked about the basics of cryptography, and today we're going to talk about public key cryptography. And this is a part of the cryptography module of the Cybersecurity 101 pathway of TryHackMe. And we got 2 videos after this, which is hashing the basics, and then John the Ripper basics as well. So it's going to be a good one. It's an exciting one. And for this video, we're going to go through the introduction for public key cryptography. We're going to go through the common uses of the asymmetric encryption, the RSA type of encryption, or the key files, specifically Diffie-Hellman key exchange, SSH, digital signatures and certificates, PGP and GPG. Say that fucking 3 times fast. And that's pretty much it. And then we do have a virtual machine that is available for this one as well. So we're going to be using our virtual machine as we go through this, and it should be pretty exciting. It should be insightful and exciting, and hopefully you will get a lot out of it. If you'd like to support this channel, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous, the premier YouTube community for security professionals and hackers. We have 4 tiers: the supporter, agent, guardian, and master, and each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. But the advanced tiers, the agent, guardian, master, and levels, get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every month, plus so much more. And you can join by simply clicking the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you'll be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. Now, without further ado, let us jump into public key cryptography basics. The best way to introduce public key cryptography, and say that 3 times fast, we can go through a real life scenario. So everyday life. Let's say you are meeting a business partner over coffee and discussing somewhat confidential business plans. Let's break down the meeting from security perspective, okay? You can see and hear the other person. Consequently, it's easy to be sure of their identity because you can see them. And that's also considered authentication. You are confirming the identity of who you're actually talking to. You can also confirm what you are hearing is coming from your business partner because you can tell what words and sentences are coming from their mouth and what is coming from other people's mouths. That is also called authenticity. You can verify that the message genuinely comes from a specific sender, which is the person sitting in front of you. Moreover, you know what they are saying, it's actually reaching you because you can hear it, right? There's no chance of anything changing the other person's words across the table. That is known as integrity, meaning what you're hearing is actually what you think you're hearing, ensuring that the data has not been altered or tampered with, unless the person was like under hypnosis or something and somebody was telling them what to tell you, which is very possible. I guess hypnosis is probably possible. Or, there was this movie that recently came out called Carry On, that was on Netflix, that the guy had an earpiece in his ear and the person who was holding him, blackmailing him, basically was telling him what to say and what to do and things like that. So unless it's a situation like that, you can probably rest assured that the person that you're talking to is saying what they're saying, and it's holding integrity. I guess another example would be what happened with the deepfake social engineering hack that happened against the bank several months ago, maybe like the beginning part of 2024. Where the bank got robbed for $100 million because one of the bankers thought that he was talking to his CEO when in actuality was talking to a deepfake video of the CEO. So there's a lot of different ways that you can get around this, but we're assuming that the person is sitting in front of you, they have not been hypnotized, they're not being held at blackmail, and you can guarantee that you're hearing what you're hearing. That's basically what we're assuming here. Finally, you can pick a seat away from the other customers and keep your voice low so that only your business partner can hear you. That's called confidentiality, and only the authorized parties can access the data. So that's kind of like a real life example of this. So if we compare this with correspondence in the cyber realm, when someone sends you a text message, how can you be sure who they are and they're actually who they claim to be? How can you be sure that nothing has changed the text as it traveled across the various network links and got to you? When you're communicating with your business partner over an online messaging platform, you need to be sure of the following. Authentication. You want to be sure that who you're communicating with is the actual right person and not someone else that's pretending, which is what happens in a lot of phishing scams. You need to be sure that the information that you're getting is coming from the right sources. It's coming from the actual person that you think you're speaking with. And you need to be sure that no one changes the data that you exchange, and you want to prevent any unauthorized party from eavesdropping on your conversation and stealing that data. So cryptography can provide solutions to satisfy all of these requirements, among many other requirements. Private key cryptography, also known as symmetric encryption, is mainly protecting the confidentiality portion. However, public key cryptography, which is also known as asymmetric cryptography, plays a significant role in authentication, authenticity, and integrity. So we're going to be talking about various examples of how this actually works. So this would be room 2 in our cryptography series. The last video that I did, the last episode, was on the basics of cryptography, and the next one is going to be on the basics of hashing. And in this room, we're going to talk about the RSA, which is I think of it as the real secure algorithm, but it stands for something else. And it's a method for encrypting data using 2 keys, one to lock and one to unlock. So one to encrypt and one to decrypt. And it relies on the difficulty of factoring large numbers. We have Diffie-Hellman, which is the next one, SSH, secure shell. And then we have SSL and TLS certificates. And then we have PGP and GPG. That's so freaking confusing. GPG stands for the GNU Privacy Guard. We'll be talking about it in a little bit. It's free and open source encryption software that uses public key cryptography. GPG can be used to encrypt files and messages and to sign files and messages, encryptions, so on and so forth. This is actually a very timely place for us to review cryptography and going into all of these things, because quantum computing is coming up, and it's one of those tools that it's going to be the evolution of cryptography, because it can so easily decrypt very complex algorithms because of its computing power. Exchanging keys for symmetric encryption is a widespread use of asymmetric cryptography. So to be able to send a key, a private key or a password to somebody, is one of the most common uses for asymmetric cryptography, which essentially encrypts the communication modem, or the communication mode the medium that you're using to communicate with the other party, so that you can send them the private key. So asymmetric encryption is relatively slow compared to symmetric encryption. Therefore, we rely on asymmetric encryption to negotiate and agree on symmetric encryption ciphers and keys. But the solution is, how do you agree on a key with the server without transmitting the key for people who are snooping, and so they would be able to see it, right? So imagine you have a secret code for communicating and instructions for using the secret code. The question is how you can see the instructions or send these instructions to your friend without anyone else being able to read them. The answer is more straightforward than it seems. You could ask your friend for a lock. Only your friend has the key for this lock and will assume you have an indestructible box you can lock it in. If you send the instructions in a locked box to your friend, they can unlock it once it reaches them and read the instructions. After that, you can communicate using this secret code without the risk of people snooping. In this metaphor, the secret code represents a symmetric encryption cipher and key, and the lock represents the server's public key, and the key represents the server's private key. So, secret code is the symmetric encryption cipher and key. The lock is the public key, and the lock's key is the private key, right? So consequently, you would only need to use asymmetric cryptography once so that it doesn't affect the speed, and then you can communicate privately using symmetric encryption. So once you've established that connection using the asymmetric cryptography, because it is slower, so you've established a connection, the symmetric key, the secret code, has actually been passed. Once that's been done, you can then communicate privately using that symmetric encryption because it's faster to communicate with the person. So in the real world, in reality, you need more cryptography to verify that the person you're talking to is who they actually say they are. This is achieved using digital signatures and certificates, which we will visit later in this video. So in the analogy presented, what real object is analogous to the public key? And that was the lock. There we go. Perfect. All right, cool. Let us talk about RSA. RSA is a public key encryption algorithm that enables secure data transmission over insecure channels. With an insecure channel, we expect adversaries to eavesdrop on it. So the math that makes RSA secure, which is going to be obsolete because of quantum computing, so they will come up with new and more sophisticated algorithms to actually make this happen. But for the time being, the math that makes RSA secure is based on the difficult problem of factoring a large number. Multiplying two large prime numbers is a straightforward operation. However, finding the factors of a huge number takes much more computing power. It's simple to multiply two prime numbers together, even on paper. So let's say 113 times 127, it equals to 14,351. Even for larger prime numbers, it would be a feasible job, even by hand. Consider the following numeric example. Prime number 1 is this, prime number 2 is this. So when you multiply that, you get this massive number right here. On the other hand, it's pretty tricky to determine what two prime numbers multiply together to make 14,351, and even more challenging to find the factors of this massive result right here. So in a real world example, the prime numbers would be much bigger than the ones that we see right here. So a computer can easily factorize this. However, it cannot factorize a number with more than 600 digits. Quantum computer can, current level of computer cannot. And you would agree that the multiplication of the two huge prime numbers, each around 300 digits, would be easier than the factorization of their product, right? So if you multiply two 300 digits, that process, that formula would relatively be easier than trying to figure out the factor of a 600-digit number, meaning what were the two numbers that were multiplied that ended up with this 600-digit number. It could be a variety of different numbers, right? So for example, if you wanted to get 10, it could be 1 times 10, or it could be 2 times 5. That's a very, very basic example, but you can see that just for the number 10, you have at least two different sets of factors that could potentially exist. So we're going to revisit encryption, decryption, and the key usage in asymmetric encryption. And the public key is known to all correspondents and used for encryption, while the private key is protected and used for decryption. And this is the visual that we had from our last exercise, our last video that we did. So we had the plain text, which is coming from Alice, and Bob's key, and that was used to encrypt the data and turn it into ciphertext. and then the ciphertext using Bob's private key. So this is Bob's public key. Using Bob's private key, it was used to decrypt the ciphertext and turn it to plain text so that Bob could read it. So Alice and Bob are our two common examples that are used in cryptography, and a lot of different examples because A and B, Alice and Bob, very easy, right? So that is what we have for that example. Now, in the basics room, we explained the modulo operation, not confused with modello, and said it plays a significant role in cryptography. In a simplified numerical example, we see the algorithm in action. So both two choose prime numbers. Bob chooses two prime numbers, Bob chooses two prime numbers, P equals 157 and Q equals 199. He calculates that N equals P times Q, which ends up being 31,243. With this formula right here, Bob selects E equals 163, such as E is relatively prime to this particular example. I don't even know what this stands for right here, so I'm not even going to try to guess it. Moreover, he selects D equals 379, where E times D equals 1, and the mod, which is modulo, ends up being this. I'm not going to try to read this right now because this is, again, I don't know what some of these symbols even represent. So this seems like advanced arithmetic beyond my skill set. So, you know, I'm not the smartest guy, as you probably have figured out already. The public key is N, comma, E, and an example would be 31243, comma, 163. And the private key is the $ND, which would be 31243, 379. So which would be this version right here, 379. So the 31243 ends up being in both of them, which is the lock, so to speak. And then the public key is the 163, and then the private key is the 379, right? So we know that 379 multiplied by 163 will end up giving us this specific value, I would assume. I think that's what it is. I'm not even sure. I feel like I need to use a calculator to even figure out if that's actually true or not. So let's see if that is indeed the case. Can I drag my calculator? I can. So let me just, I'm going to do the calculation real quick just to see if that's even the case, right? So if we have 379 times, or 379 times 163 is 61,777. I see. So this is where this piece comes right here. So this is the piece right here. 6177 mod 30888 equals 1. And the public key is now this, and the private key is now this. And so this is the part where I kind of skipped because I didn't know what the heck I was talking about. So he selects D as being 379. So we have P and Q available for us. And this is what calculates 31,243. And with this particular example, we get that 31,243 minus 157, which ends up being this, and then minus 199, which ends up being this, plus 1 equals 30888. Then Bob selects E, being 163, such as E is relatively prime to mod 30888 equals 1, and the public key ends up being 31,243, 163, and the private key ends up being 31,243, 379. It is complicated. I fully understand that it's complicated. We don't need to understand this. We're just going through an example of what the modulo operation can do to create the RSA algorithm and how that actually works. You do not need to understand this because I don't understand this, right? So just this symbol right here, I'm like, what? I've never even seen that before. So if you're a math genius and if you've taken advanced mathematics, please let me know because your boy here is limited. So let's say that the value they want to encrypt is x equals 13. Then Alice would calculate and send y equals x to the power of e mod n equals 13 to the power of 163 mod 31,243 equals 16,341. If that makes sense to you, please explain it to me. Bob will decrypt and receive the value by calculating x equals y to the power of d mod n equals 16,341 to the power of 379 mod 31,243 equals 13. This way, Bob recovers the value that Alice sent. Okay, I guess that's how they did it, right? That's how modulo works. So the proof that the above algorithm works can be found in modular arithmetic and is beyond the scope of this module. No shit. It is worth repeating that in this example, we picked a 3-digit prime number, while in an actual application, P and Q would be at least 300-digit prime numbers each. So imagine what these freaking things are going to look like. Instead of 3-digit numbers, they're going to be 300-digit numbers. Ah, my God, I'm exhausted already. Okay, here we go. RSA in capture the flag situations. The math behind RSA comes up relatively often in capture the flags, requiring you to calculate variables or break some encryption based on them. Many good articles online explain RSA, and they will give you almost all of the information you need to complete the challenges. One good example of RSA CTF challenge is the breaking RSA room. So let's see if we've even done this. Probably have not done this. I have not done this, so that's an interesting example of it. And we can already see that we have all these. This is a nice little script that is a Python function. Very cool. I love Python. There are some excellent tools for defeating RSA challenges in CTFs. My favorite is the RSA CTF tool, which has worked for me. I've also had some success with the RSA tool. You need to know the main variables for RSA in CTFs, which are P, Q, M, N, E, D, and C. As per our numerical example, P and Q are large prime numbers. N is the product of P and Q. The public key is N and E. The private key is N and D. M is used to represent the original message. C represents the encrypted text. I'm guessing we're going to be using this at some point in this room. Otherwise, I don't understand why they would even share this information with us. So crypto CTF challenges often present you with a set of these values, and you need to break the encryption and decrypt a message to retrieve the flag. So knowing that P equals 4391 and Q equals 6659, what is N? So N is the product of P and Q, which means that we are essentially going to be doing what, right? So we did P equals 157, Q equals 189, N equals P times Q, so the product, right? So we are basically multiplying that. So I do have my calculator handy now. So let's do this. 4391 multiplied by 6659 equals 2, check this out. Ready for this? 292396669, that is the number. Knowing that P equals 4391 and Q equals 6659, what is this of N? And this is where I am now drawing a blank. So what does that even represent here? So, okay, so this is what confused me with trying to understand this. Okay, now I actually get it. This is not that complicated. This whole thing is a little bit confusing because of the way that they wrote this, right? So if we were to look at this just being the formula to find out what this value is, what that means is that N, which is the product of these two, so it's 31243. So N ends up being, or the value of this ends up being N, which is this, minus P, which is this, minus Q, which is this, plus 1. So what that means numerically is that 31243, which is this, minus 157, which is P, minus 199, which is Q, plus 1. That's how you get this. Because they wrote all of it in one freaking line, I'm like, what is this? So that's why it didn't actually click for me. But the calculation is pretty simple. First, you multiply these two, you get N. And then you subtract it from these things, and then you add 1. So to be able to calculate this, we did this, right? So we multiplied these two, which ended up giving us this. So now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and subtract this number on my calculator. I'm going to subtract 4391 from it, and then I'm going to subtract 6659 from it, and I'm going to add 1 to it, and that's going to end up being, hopefully, the right number. So we have 292,28620, and that's the right number. Okay, so there you go. That's what we get, right? So the way that we calculate N is first we multiply this. The way we calculate this, so I don't know, I guess prime of N, I think that's what that is, probably, right? Getting prime of N. I think that's what that calculation does for us. With this, Bobby Hicks, relatively prime to, I think so. I think that's what that sign is supposed to be. Let me see if I can find out. Okay, so basically, based on what I understand, I think, okay, so this is called Euler's product formula, and Euler's totient function counts the positive integers up to a given integer, which is n, that are relatively prime to n. It is written using the Greek letter phi as or, and may also be called Euler's phi function. So that is the phi of n, right? So if you do anything like this, when you put this in parentheses, you're essentially multiplying phi by n, so that it is the phi of n. That's basically what we're looking at over here. So if we go over here, then what we're calculating is phi of n. I literally just learned this for the very first time today. So this is actually, we're literally advancing our knowledge together. So to be able to calculate phi of n, it just feels so good to be able to say that now. What happens is that first we have to calculate the product of this, meaning you multiply this by this, and it gives us n. And then to be able to calculate phi of n, we take this final value, which is actually n, we subtract it we subtract this number by this, and then we subtract this as well, and then we add 1 at the very end of it, and then we actually get the phi of n, which ends up being this number. So now it actually makes a little bit more sense to me, and I got there. So I counted myself out really early in the game, and I love when people like immediately start commenting when I make a mistake, and they're like, actually this is the thing. And it's like, okay, well, if you actually make it to the end of that section, whatever the video is on, if you make it to the end of that section, I usually try to figure it out because it bothers me when I don't figure things out. And so I wonder if the comment warriors that we actually got leaving me all these comments will end up watching it to the end and be like, oh, wow, he figured it out. So if you did stick it out all the way here, now we both learned together. And if you already knew this and you stuck it out with me, now you should be proud of me because I stuck to it as well and I figured it out. So now we can move on to Diffie-Hellman key exchange. As we've already established, one of the challenges of using symmetric encryption is sharing that secret key. So let's say you want to send a password protected document to your business partner to discuss confidential business strategies. How would you share the password with them? It would be best if you had a secure channel to send that password, knowing that adversaries cannot read or alter it. And this is where the Diffie-Hellman comes in. So key exchange aims to establish a shared secret between two parties. It's a method that allows two parties to establish a shared secret over an insecure communication channel without requiring a pre-existing shared secret and without an observer being able to get the key. This shared secret can be used for symmetric encryption in subsequent communications. So, considering the scenario, Alice and Bob want to talk securely. They want to establish a shared key for symmetric cryptography, but don't want to use asymmetric cryptography for the key exchange. This is where Diffie-Hellman comes in. So Alice and Bob generate secret keys independently. They will call these A and B for Alice and Bob. They also have some public common material. We'll call this C for common. We need to make some assumptions. Firstly, whenever we combine secrets, they're practically impossible to separate. Secondly, the order in which they're combined doesn't matter because A times B is equal to B times A. So Alice and Bob will combine their secrets with the common material to form AC and then BC. They will then send these to each other to combine the received part with their secret to create two identical keys, both equaling ABC. Now they can use the key to communicate. So if you found it too abstract, let's investigate. Alice and Bob agree on public variables, a large prime number P and a generator, which is G, where 0 is greater than 0 is less than G and G is less than P. Okay? These values will be disclosed publicly over the communication channel, although insecurely small. We will use P equals 29, G equals 3 to simplify the calculation. So 0 would be less than G, which is 3, and then G would be less than P, which is 29. So each party chooses a private integer. As a numerical example, Alice chose A equals 13, and then Bob chose B equals 15. Each of these values represent a private key and must not be disclosed. It is time for each party to calculate their public key using their private key from step 2 and the agreed upon public variables from step 1. So Alice calculates A equals G to the power of A mod P equals 3 to the power of 13, mod 29 equals 19. Okay, so let's try to see if we can try to figure this out. Okay, so A, which is the key for Alice, equals G to the power of A. So G would be 3 to the power of A, which is 13, right? So it would be P equals 3 to the power of 13, okay? So 29 equals 19 would essentially be the abstraction here, right? So if we have P to 3 to the power of 13 mod what is that, 29 equals 19, Bob calculates B, and then he does the same thing. These are the public keys. This last piece is a little bit confusing for me, so I'm going to keep reading before I count myself out to see if I can figure it out. Alice and Bob send the keys to each other. Bob receives A equals G to the power of A mod P equals 19, which is Alice's public key, and then Alice receives Bob's public key. This step is called the key exchange. Alice and Bob can finally calculate the shared secret using the received public key and their own private key. Alice calculates B to the power of A, which is P equaling 26 to the power of 13, mod 29 equals 10, and then Bob calculates this equals 10. Both calculations yield the same result as G to the power of AB, mod P equals 10, the shared secret. So let's see if we can get this from the visual here. So they agree on P and G, for example, 29 and 3, okay? Alice privately chooses A, which is 13. Bob chooses B, which is 15. Then A equals G to the power of A, which ends up being 19, and then sends it. And then Bob chooses this, which ends up being 26, and then sends it. And the key would be use this calculation to go ahead and break it down, and it's essentially using their private keys along with whatever the common data was to end up with the same number at the end, which is their public keys, which ends up helping them figure out their private keys. So the chosen numbers are too small to provide any security, and in real-life applications, we would consider much bigger numbers. Diffie-Hellman is often used alongside RSA public key cryptography. Diffie-Hellman is used for key agreement, while RSA is used for digital signatures, key transport, authentication, among many others. For instance, RSA helps prove the identity of a person you're talking to via digital signing, as you can confirm based on their public key. This would prevent someone from attacking the connection with a man-in-the-middle attack against Alice by pretending to be Bob. In brief, Diffie-Hellman and RSA are incorporated into many security protocols and standards to provide a comprehensive security solution. Okay, so consider P equals 29, G equals 5, and A equals 12. What is A? So let's see if I can try to figure this out. Okay, so here's what I did. I needed to, first of all, remind myself of what that mod thing stood for, which is the modular, or the modulo, or something like that. Which is calculating the remainder of the number, trying to figure out the remainder of the number, which is what we learned in the last video. So that's something that completely slipped my mind, and I couldn't wrap my head around it. So that was the reason why these calculations that we have over here weren't making sense to me, because I couldn't figure out what this piece right here meant. And so now I do. Now I understand that the mod part is representing us trying to find the remainder of the numbers, which means what? So if P equals 29, G equals 5, and A equals 12, what is A? This would be the calculation that we would have to go through, right? So P equals 29, so this is what we have, right? So if P equals 29, where is it? We have it right here. So this is the calculation. So calculating for A means that G to the power of A mod P, which means what? 3, which in this case would be G, which is what we have right here. So 3 to the power of A, which is 13, which is what Alice selected, right? Alice's A was 13. So G to the power of A would be 3 to the power of 13, okay? And then you divide that by P and get whatever the remainder is, which means what? 3 to the power of 13 divided by 29. So that's what P was. Where do we have P? P's right here. P is 29. So 3 to the power of 13 divided by 29, and then the remainder of that would be 19. Okay, that's how that calculation works, right? So Bob would do the same thing. So G to the power of B mod p would be 3 to the power of 15 because he chose 15, and then 3 would be g. So 3 to the power of 15 mod 29, which is p, would end up giving him a remainder of 26. That's what the calculation is. So this is how we just calculate this right here. So it would be g to the power of a, right? So it's g to the power of 12. So, excuse me, 5 to the power of 12 divided by 29 to give us a remainder, and then that's what the remainder would be. So this is what Gemini also helped me understand as well. I just forgot that mod part. So this is what the first part is. So 5 to the power of 12 is the g to the power of a. So let me break this down right here. So 512 mod 29a essentially is 5 to the power of 12 divided by 29, and then that gives us the mod, the remainder, okay? So this is what we have. 5 to the power of 12 means 5 multiplied by itself 12 times. That's basically what that is. The modulo operation is like a clock, is what it says. So it means that find the remainder when x is divided by y. So for example, if we have 17 mod 5 equals 2, it's because 17 divided by 5 equals 3 with the remainder of 2. So 5 to the power of 12 mod 29 means we calculate 5 to the power of 12, then divide the result by 29 and find the remainder. Okay, that's essentially what we get. So now what we can actually do is do this multiplication. I think it's actually even going to give us an example as well. But so let's actually just do it. So we're going to do 5 to the power of 12. So 5 multiplied by itself 12 times. And then we would divide that by 29. And then whatever the remainder is would be our answer. Okay, so ready for this? Let's do this. Okay, so we're going to use two different calculators. One of them is just going to be the basic Google calculator, and then I'm going to use a remainder calculator to try to figure this out, and hopefully we'll actually get this answer. So the first one is we need to get 5 to the power of 12. So we'll do 5, and then we're going to press this button right here, which is x to the power of y. And I'm going to do 12, and then this is going to be the number that I get. So I'm going to copy this number. I'm going to take it to my remainder calculator. I'm going to paste it in here. And okay, so there we go. And now the divisor is going to be 29. What just happened? Why is that doing that? So there we go. And then the result would be 7. Perfect. Okay, so there we go. We actually got a number right here. So it's 244 million, yada, 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 divided by 29 equals to 8 million something, remainder 7. And that sounds pretty solid. So let's actually go here and see if that's the answer. Hey, that is indeed the answer. Okay, so perfect. So now, okay, now that we know this, we can actually do this other one. So 5 to the power of 17 and then divided by 29 to get the remainder. So we'll go over here and we'll do 5 to the power of 17. It's going to give us this number, massive number. Copy that and then go to the remainder calculator and then paste it in here, and same thing, same divisor, and the remainder is going to be 9. So let's go over here and let's see if that's right. That is indeed right. Okay, so knowing that P equals 29, A equals 12, and you have B from the second question, which is now 9, what is the key calculated by Bob, which is B to the power of A and then mod P. So P is still 29, and then B to the power of A. So B would be 9, right? 9 to the power of A, which ends up being, what is it? A equals 12. So 9 to the power of 12, right? If B is 9 and then A is 12, the calculation would be B to the power of A mod P. So 9 to the power of 12 and then divided by 29. So let's see if we can actually find that. We'll go here and then we'll do 9 to the power of 12. That'll give us 9, 12. Is that right? 9 to the power of 12 is, no, that can't be right. 9 to the power of 12. There you go. I was like, that can't be right. Okay, there we go. So copy that now. So now that value is going to go here, and then we're going to paste it. And the divisor is still going to be 29 because we're still dividing by we're still doing b to the power of a mod p, which is 29. So we're still doing that. And so our answer is now going to be 24. And that should be the key. Hey, look at us figuring it out. So knowing that this is this and b is 17, and we have a from the first question, what's the key? So a to the power of b, so a to the power of 17, and a is 7. So 7 to the power of 17, and then divided by 29. So let's do that. Clear this out. 7 to the power of 17 equals that. Oh my gosh, that's really long. So I need to try to find a better way to get this number because I need the actual number here. Okay, so I literally just asked Gemini what's 7 to the power of 17, and it gave me the number. So that's a quick way of doing it. And we're going to go over here, and now we're going to paste that number here, massive number, and we have remainder of 15. That actually, so that's the issue. Actually, the answer is supposed to still be 24, but for some reason, I don't know why I didn't get that answer when I ran the calculator, right? So if A is 7 and we are going to the power of B, which is 17, right? So consider this. So A is 7 and we're going to the power of 17. And then we are, right? And then we're modding by 29, which is still the same thing. We should end up with 24 because the answer should be the exact same key. But for some reason, I am not getting 24. So let's see if the a to the power of, so the answers are right. So the answers here are right. So the rest of this should also work the way that we need it to so that we can end up with 24 because it's supposed to be the same exact key. So that's the piece that I am trying to figure out right now. So it's A, which is 7 right here, to the power of B, the lowercase b that we have, which is 17. So 7 to the power of 17 mod 29. So getting the remainder. So we'll ask Gemini to do the calculation for us. Okay, so it actually is 24, which means that this calculator is absolute BS. So maybe I need to do 29 one more time, and then let's see if it'll update the numbers. And it still gave me 15. So this calculator is a BS right here. It cannot process information the way that it should. I will try this one more time, and we're going to paste it, and we're going to do 29, and it's still giving me 15, which means that this thing cannot calculate. It has a certain level of computing power, and that's pretty much it. So Gemini actually did our calculation for us. So 7 to the power of 17 ends up being this massive number. And then dividing that by 29 would end up giving us this piece right here. And then the remainder technically would be 24. So I would assume that it's 29 multiplied by this. And then whatever that number is, we subtract that from this, which ends up giving us 24, right? So let's try that real quick. So we'll actually do that here. So what is it? It's what is 29 multiplied by, what do we have? 802.174.186.2248. So what is that number? That number is this thing right here, right? So that would be the final number here. So I'm going to do this. So we'll do this. We'll do copy, and we'll do what is this minus, and then we'll go ahead and take our number that we got right here, this one, and we'll do that, and then we'll do what is this minus this, and that should be 24. Oh, it's 15. See, this is what I'm saying. It's like, what? How's that even possible? So how did it end up being 24? I am literally losing my mind. Mathematics is over my head tonight. My brain is just not grasping it for whatever reason. Okay, so obviously I went down the rabbit hole, and I'm not going to try to explain all these other things that I tried to get because it is going to take up way more time, and it is beyond the scope of this video. But we will say that, you know, obviously it has to be the same key because they have to have the same key to be able to decipher their communication. And at the same time, Gemini actually did the proper calculation for us and actually got the mod of P, the remainder essentially for us, which is, of course, 24. So the calculation was done correctly by Gemini. That website that I used was absolute BS, or not absolute BS, because it did work on a smaller scale. I guess it just didn't work with the larger number that I was dealing with. And we were able to get the way that we approached it. We were able to figure out the logic, meaning that we are getting the remainder, essentially. That's what we're trying to do. When you see these numbers and then it says that you're going to get the mod of something, that means you're getting the remainder. So 3 to the power of 13 mod 29 means whatever this value is, 3 to the power of 13, whatever that is, you're going to divide it by 29, and then you're going to get the remainder, which ends up being 19, and then the remainder for this one is 26, and then you would use those values to actually figure out the keys, which would be the same thing. So b to the power of a, which in this particular case is 26, right? So b equals 26. B to the power of a would equal to, what was it? A is 13. So b to the power of a would be 26 to the power of 13 mod 29, meaning once you do that calculation, the remainder would be 10. 19 to the power of 5, so a to the power of b, 19 to the power of 15 mod 29 ends up being 10. So that's essentially, mod means you're getting the remainder. That was the big thing that I was missing when trying to read those calculations. And now I need to move on because I have spent a lot of time off screen because I'm going to edit all of that out. But I spent so much time trying to figure out how to actually get the remainder of something when it comes down to massive numbers like that. And it's difficult without a calculator. So if you don't know how to use the calculator, or if the calculator doesn't have an actual mod button here, so in this particular case, we could potentially use the percentage button, which is what it told me to do, or that's what Gemini told me to do. The math solver in this situation could potentially be another way that we could do this, but I mean, technically, I guess we could do it here. We could technically do it here because we now have a math solver and we can do a math equation. So again, just going down this rabbit hole. So I'm going to try to figure this out real quick, and maybe I can do it, but I feel like I'm not going to be able to do it. So let me see if I can try to figure this out real quick. Yeah, okay, so the buttons specifically don't exist here, and I don't have the time to sit here and try to figure out how to use the calculator on Google. So we're going to move on to Secure Shell. You know, for the most part, we figured it out. We figured out how to get the logic of those answers. It's just with massive numbers, it's going to be a little bit difficult to do it if you don't have the right calculator or if you don't know how to write the equation. But for the most part, you can use a tool like Gemini to try to figure it out for you. Moving on. Okay, so SSH can be, we've used it a lot in a lot of the labs that we've done on this channel, and it's a remote login tool for, just to sum it up in one sentence. There is a certain process that goes with it. For example, when you actually log in, so SSH to this particular thing, the connection, it says the authenticity of this can't be established. The key fingerprint is this SHA hash value that we see here. The key is not known by any other person. Are you sure you want to continue? And then we say yes, and then permanently added this to the list of our known hosts. That's pretty standard when you're logging in via SSH. So the SSH client confirms whether we recognize the server's public key fingerprint, which is this thing right here. And then the public key algorithm is used for digital signature generation and verification. Our SSH client didn't recognize the key and is asking us to confirm whether we want to continue with the connection. The warning is because a man-in-the-middle attack is probable. A malicious server might have intercepted the connection and replied, pretending to be the target server. And if you don't recognize this public key algorithm, then for the most part, that means that there could be a possibility that you're talking to a malicious server. The user must authenticate the server, meaning confirm the server's identity by checking the public key signature. Once you answer yes, the SSH client will record the public key signature for this host. In the future, it will connect you silently unless this host replies with a different public key. Now that we've confirmed that we're talking with the correct server, we need to identify ourselves and get authenticated. In many cases, you have to do usernames and passwords like you would log into a physical machine. However, considering the inherent issues with passwords, this does not fall within the best security practices. At some point, one will surely hit a machine with SSH configured with key authentication instead. This authentication uses public key and private keys to prove the client is valid and authorized user on the server. By default, SSH keys are RSA keys. You can choose which algorithm to generate and add a passphrase to encrypt the SSH key. So SSH keygen is the program usually used to generate key pairs. It supports various algorithms as shown on the manual page, which you can see right here. These are the variety of algorithms that we have. So this is just for our information. We recommend that you recognize this by their names only. You don't need to go through all of this stuff and try to figure out exactly what it is. So DSA is the digital signature algorithm. There's ECDSA, there's ECDSA-SK, there's ED25519, and then 559SK. So these are just a few algorithms that we have over here. So now we're going to generate the key pair with some default options. So SSH keygen T for the, I would say that would be the option that you can use to actually choose the algorithm itself. And then ED25519 is what we're doing over here for that key signature system. So keygen and then ED255 or whatever, and then it's going to create it. And the keys random art image is this thing. The SHA value for this is this, and then it's used for this specific user. Okay. In the above example, we didn't use a passphrase to show the content of the private key. Let's look at the generated public key, which will be in the pub file. And then I believe it shows us where the, so this is where the pub file is. This is the public key. And then the identification has been saved inside of this location. And there is no passphrase for this. So the identification has been stored here. The public key has been stored here. And then the fingerprint is there. So if we wanted to look at the public key, it would be over here, and the generator private key would be in this other location. So this is our private key. This is the public key, as you can see right here. So this is the public key, as you can see, it's right there. And then this is the private key. As we can see, it's much longer. Okay. Note that the private key is shared above for demonstration purposes and was purged afterwards. Sharing a private key would be the most insecure act anyone can commit against their security. On another note, we had used the TRSA. The resulting keys would have been much longer. So if we had used TRSA instead of using the ED25, that whole thing, then the key would have been much longer. So as just mentioned, you should treat your private keys like passwords. Never share them under any circumstances. They're called private keys for a reason. Someone with your private key can log into servers and accept it, and then include authorized. It could include it among authorized keys unless the key is encrypted with a passphrase. It's very important to mention that the passphrase used to decrypt the private key doesn't identify you to the server at all. It only decrypts the private key. The passphrase is never transmitted and never leaves your system. Tools like John the Ripper, which we're going to end up doing, if you use a tool like John the Ripper, you can attack an encrypted SSH key to attempt to find the passphrase, highlighting the importance of using a complex passphrase and keeping your private key private. When generating an SSH key to log into a remote machine, you should generate the keys on your machine and then copy the public key over, as this means the private key never exists on the target machine using SSH copy ID. So, however, this doesn't matter as much for temporary keys generated to access CTF, capture the flag boxes. So, the permissions must be set up correctly to use a private SSH key. Otherwise, your SSH client will ignore the file with a warning. Only the owner should be able to read or write to the private key. 600 or stricter would be the permissions that you would assign to that. So SSH-I private key file name, and then the user as host is how you specify a key for the standard Linux OpenSSH client. Keys trusted by the remote host, which will be inside of our SSH folder, which is inside of the root. So .ssh is the default place to store these keys. The authorized keys, note the US English spelling. File in the directory holds public keys that are allowed to access the server if the key authentication is enabled. By default, on many Linux distributions, key authentication is enabled as it is more secure than using a password to authenticate. Only key authentication should be accepted if you want to allow SSH access for the root user. Using SSH keys to get a better shell. So during CTF's penetration testing and red teaming exercises, SSH keys are an excellent way to upgrade or reverse a shell assuming the user has login enabled. Note that www-data usually does not allow this, but regular users and root will work. Leaving an SSH key in the authorized keys file on a machine can be useful backdoor, and you don't need to deal with any of the issues of unstabilized reverse shells like Control-C or lack of tab completion. Control-C closes out a shell. If you've logged into something, if you've logged into a secure shell session, and if it's not what is it? It's not a persistent shell or a better shell. If you don't have that, if you just do Control-C, it's going to kick you out of your secure shell session. And then tab completion is when you just press tab and it fills in the rest of the data, so on and so forth. So now we're going to check our private key in this particular machine. So check the private key in the public crypto basics task 5. What algorithm does the key use? All right, so in order to be able to do that, I'm first going to just run ls on this location that I'm at, and it says that I have public crypto basics on my file. So I'm going to do cd, and I'm going to do public crypto basics, and I'm going to go in there, and I have task 5. So cd task 5, and then we're going to list that, and then we see ID RSA, and so it says what algorithm does the key use, and it says RSA in the name, so we're going to say RSA, and that is going to be our answer. So now we can move on to digital signatures and certificates. So in the physical world, when you fill out a contract or an application or something like that, typically they ask you to sign it, right? You have your actual physical signature. In the digital world, you can't use your actual signature, stamp, or a fingerprint. You need an actual digital signature. And this is where digital signatures and certificates come in. So digital signatures provide a way for you to authenticate yourself, and then the integrity of the digital message or document. Proving the authenticity of the files means that we know who created and modified them. Using the asymmetric cryptography, you produce a signature with your private key, which can be verified using your public key. Only you should have access to your private key, which proves you signed the file. In many modern countries, digital and physical signatures have the same legal value. So if you actually click a box on something in a digital form, and this has happened to me when applying for an insurance license or something like that, when you click I accept and then you type in your name and press enter, that pretty much has the same value as you physically signing something. So the simplest form of digital signature is encrypting the document with your private key. If someone wants to verify the signature, they would decrypt it with your public key and check if the files match. This process is shown in this situation. So you have Bob and Bob's private key. He takes the plain text and encrypts it, and that turns into ciphertext. And that ciphertext is sent to Alice, and using Bob's public key, she's able to decrypt it and then view the actual message. So some articles use terms like electronic signature and digital signature interchangeably. They refer to pasting an image of a signature on top of a document. This approach does not prove the document's integrity, as anyone can copy and paste an image. In this task, we use the term digital signature to refer to signing a document using a private key or a certificate. This process is similar to the image that's shown above, where Bob encrypts it, so on and so forth. Alice can decrypt the encrypted hash and compare it with the hash of the file that she received. This approach proves the document's integrity, unlike pasting a fancy image of a signature, and then we'll be talking about hashing in the next room. So certificates prove who we actually are. They're essential application of public key cryptography, and they're also linked to digital signatures. A common place where they're used is for HTTPS, which we did in the last video, just to kind of demonstrate it for you. If you go to your browser and you click into the button that's right next to the actual domain in the URL, there's something right here that says connection is secure. If I click on connection is secure, and then it says certificate is valid, and I click on that, and it actually brings up the certificate of TryHackMe. And then they have the certificate hash over here. We also have the public key hash over here as well. And this is how you can see that this is actually a valid certificate, and the certificate authority is Google Trust Services, which we know that now that's a pretty solid certificate, and TryHackMe is pretty solid, right? They have a good certificate authority. So how does your web browser know that the server you're talking to is really TryHackMe, right? The answer is in the certificate. So it has a certificate that says the real TryHackMe. The certificates have a chain of trust with the certificate authority, which is what we just saw. From install time, your device, operating system, and web browser automatically trust various root CA. Certificates are trusted only when the root CA says the trust the organization that signed them, right? So that would be Google, for example. In a way, it is a chain. For example, the certificate is signed by an organization. The organization is trusted by the CA, and the CA is trusted by your browser. Therefore, your browser trusts the certificate. In general, there are long chains of trust. You can take a look at the certificate authorities trusted by Mozilla Firefox by going to the link that has their trusted certificate authorities. For example, included CA certificates, HTML, and CSV, and yada, yada, yada. So there's a long list of certificate authorities. If we look at the HTML view of this thing, it's probably going to be a very long list of certificate authorities. As you can expect, it is a very long list of certificate authorities. So, and Google Chrome's version is on that link as well. And you can always just Google it and see what certificate authorities does Google Chrome trust, and then you'll get a giant file. So let's say you have a website and they want to use HTTPS. This step requires having a TLS certificate. You can get one from the various certificate authorities for an annual fee. Furthermore, you can get your own TLS certificate for domains using your own Let's Encrypt for free, which is a pretty powerful resource actually, and we've done this. It's a nonprofit certificate authority providing TLS certificates to 500 million websites because they are free. So a lot of different companies sponsor this website, and then you can actually get a solid free TLS certificate to actually encrypt your website. If you run a website, it's worth setting up and switching to HTTPS, as any modern websites would do. And most browsers, if you go to a website that's HTTP and it's not encrypted, it'll give you a warning and it won't even take you to the website, and it says, hey, this website is not secure. Are you sure you want to go in there? So what does a remote web server use to prove itself to the client? And that would be a certificate. What would you use to get a free TLS certificate for your website? And that would be Let's Encrypt. Very good. So let's go to PGP and GPG. PGP stands for Pretty Good Privacy, and it's a software that implements encryption for encrypting files, performing digital signing, and more. GNUPG or GPG is an open source implementation of the Open PGP standard. So they go hand in hand, right? GPG is commonly used in email to protect confidentiality in the email messages. Furthermore, it can be used to sign an email message and confirm the integrity. Below is an example of generating this. You are asked about the purpose of using GPG, whether signing or only signing and encrypting. And besides selecting the cryptographic algorithm, we need to choose the expiration date for the generated key. Finally, we provide some information about us, our name, email, so on and so forth, and a comment, usually about the purpose of the key. So GPG, full key gen or full gen key, and then this just goes through the process here. Please select what kind of key you want, and then we selected 9, and then please select the elliptic curve you want, and then we selected 1, and specify how long it should be valid, and we did 0, which is the key does not expire. And then, are you sure you want to do that? Yes. And it needs to construct a user ID to identify this. So the user ID, the email address, and then the keys were generated. So you may need to use GPG to decrypt files and CTFs. With PGP, GPG, private keys can be protected with passphrases in a similar way that we protect SSH private keys. If the key is passphrase protected, you can attempt to crack it using John the Ripper and GPG to John. The key provided in this task is not protected with a passphrase. The man page for GPG can be found online. So practical example, now that we have the GPG key pair, you can share the public key with your contacts. Whenever your contacts want to communicate securely, they encrypt their messages using your public key. To decrypt the message, you will have to use your private key. Due to the importance of GPG keys, it is vital that you keep a backup in a secure location. Let's say you got a new computer. All you need to do is import your key, and you can start decrypting or receiving your messages again. You would use GPG, import backup key, to import the key from the backup. To decrypt your messages, you will need to use GPG, decrypt confidential message, GPG. So use GPG to decrypt the message in this location. What secret does it use? So we're just going to run this GPG, decrypt, and then the message itself that is included in task 7. So let's go and run that real quick. So I actually do have a TryHackMe key in here, and I have the message. So first I'm just going to import the key just in case it hasn't been imported by using the import command, and then we're going to use the decrypt command to decrypt the message. So first we're just going to run GPG and then we're going to do import, and then we're going to do TryHackMe.key. And that seems to have done so magnificently. And then we're going to do GPG, and then we're going to do decrypt. Whoops, let me just spell that right. And then we're going to do message.gpg, and then run that. And what do we got? Encrypted with created yada yada yada. TryHackMe example key, your decrypted file. The secret word is pineapple, and that should be our answer. So what is the secret word here? And that is pineapple, baby. Excellent. And we are now done. So let's run through the conclusion, and you are free to go. Okay, so we have defined cryptography as the science of securing communication in the presence of adversaries. Another important science that studies how to break or bypass this is cryptanalysis. And for trying every possible password combination, we call it a brute force attack. When we know that the password is most likely a dictionary word, it will be more sense to try words from a dictionary instead of every possible, and that's called a dictionary attack. So cryptography is the science of securing communication using codes and ciphers. Cryptanalysis is the science of methods to break or bypass cryptographic security systems without knowing the key. And then brute force is an attack method that involves trying every possible key or password inside of or any possible password that I guess we have. And then dictionary would be a brute force attack where the attacker tries the dictionary words or combinations of them to actually break into whatever the system is that they're trying to do. We talked about asymmetric cryptography specifically in this video, and then we talked about RSA, Diffie-Hellman, SSH, key pairs, digital signatures, and certificates, and of course open, PGP, and GPG. And that's pretty much it for this video. So a couple of final notes and you're out of here. So if you found this video useful, you can always like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out, especially inside of the CySec101 pathway, which is the pathway that we're on right now. And then there's a lot of other videos that also come out as well. And it's just I would say this is going to be, if you're a follower of this channel and if you've watched any of the other videos, this is just the regular spiel, right? Follow, subscribe, drop a comment, ask a question. I'm very responsive in the comment section. If you've ever dropped a comment, you've gotten a response from me fairly quickly because it comes to my phone, and I more often than not I respond from my phone. So I'll respond almost right away to most of the comments that come in, and if it's a good question, I'll respond to your question with a video. And then this specific playlist, the CySec101 playlist, is a response to Darnell Knight's comment, and he gets a shout out at the end of every freaking video. So like, subscribe, turn on the notification bell, drop a comment, even if you just want to say hi or if you want to say thank you. And another way to say thank you is to support this channel by joining the Hackaholics Anonymous community, which is the premier community for security professionals and hackers. There are 4 tiers: the Cyber Supporter, Agent, Guardian, and Master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content, but the Agent, Guardian, and Master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you'll be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. I hope I really see you in the Discord servers. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section, and that's it. This is your boy Hank Hackers, and Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker/protector. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. Love, peace, and chicken grease, and I'll see you in the next video. Later. In episode 23 of our CySec101 series, we're going to go through hashing basics, and this is a part of the cryptography module, which is a part of the Cybersecurity 101 pathway of TryHackMe. And this is going to be the 3rd official informational room, and then the last one is going to be the one that we're going to go through with John the Ripper, which is one of my favorite tools for cracking passwords and hashes and so on and so forth. So really cool tool, and basically we're almost done with cryptography. So let's get into just some of the outline stuff for this video. We do have obviously the intro, the hash function. So we're just going to review what hash functions are. We're going to review what an insecure password storage for authentication, what that process actually looks like, using the hashing for secure password storage, and then recognizing password hashes and the various algorithms for password hashes, and then cracking passwords, and then hashing for integrity checking, and then of course we're going to go through the conclusion. So it's going to be a nice room. It's going to be a good amount of information that we're going to end up covering today, and I think you're going to learn a lot from it. If you'd like to support this channel, consider joining the Hackaholics Anonymous community. It is the premier community for security professionals and hackers, and there are 4 tiers: the supporter, the agent, the guardian, and the master. And each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content, but the agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, plus so much more. So to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you'll be able to join the Hackaholics Anonymous community. Now, without further ado, let us jump into hashing basics. As with everything else, what we're going to do to start this out is we're going to consider a scenario. So imagine that you've downloaded a 6 GB file, and you want to know whether the copy that you downloaded is identical to the original file bit for bit. So how would you actually do that? If a good Samaritan handed you the 6 GB file on a USB memory drive, how can you be sure that it's identical to the file that you want to download and it hasn't been tampered with and it hasn't been injected with a bunch of malicious stuff? So the answer to both of those questions lies in comparing the hash values of the 2 files, meaning the hash values of the original file as well as the copy that you got. If the 2 hash values are equal, you can say with very high certainty that the 2 files are identical. But if the hash value has been tampered with, or they're not the same, which usually they're very, very different. It's not like the hash value would be different by 1 letter. Typically, even the smallest modification will completely change the hash value. So if it's a different hash value, then you can be sure that the file is not exactly the same. So what is a hash value? It's a fixed sized string or character, string of characters, I would say. I think this is probably a typo here. That is computed by a hash function. A hash function takes an input of an arbitrary size and returns an output of fixed length, which would be the hash value. So we'll cover various exciting and clever uses of hash functions in this room, in this video that we're going through. We have favored the term hash function and hash value. However, we occasionally use the word hash as a verb to mean to calculate the hash value. So when you say hash something, that's typically what we mean when we say calculate something or calculate the hash value of something. Moreover, we occasionally use the word hash by itself as a noun to refer to the hash value. So the context of the sentence will typically let us know if we're talking about the verb hash or if we're referring to the noun hash. So the prerequisites are the cryptography basics video as well as the public key cryptography basics, which are the last 2 episodes that came out right before this one. So I think it's episode 21 and 22 of CySec101. And then after this one, we're going to go into John the Ripper. So learning some of the objectives, or what our objectives actually are. We want to know what the hash functions and their collisions of hash functions are, the role of hashing in authentication systems, recognizing stored hash values, cracking hash values, and of course the use of hashing for integrity protection. And this is actually a really big thing in digital forensics, right? So when we're talking about the forensics investigations, the purpose of hash values are so important in maintaining or actually ensuring the integrity of the digital evidence that was gathered and chain of custody and so on and so forth. So it's a really, really big idea. It's a very big concept when you're talking about digital forensics and all of the stuff that goes along with that. So I've already started the virtual machine, and you already saw it on the right side of the screen. So we are, for the most part, good. If you wanted to SSH into the virtual machine, these will be the credentials. However, this is a subscriber-only room, so you do need to have a membership to TryHackMe to be able to access this whole thing. But I think for the most part, you don't need this virtual machine to understand the contents of this video. And if you have a Windows machine or a Mac OS or something like that, you'll still be able to calculate the hash value of something, and you'll still be able to run through the exercises, the practical stuff that we're going to end up doing if you don't want the TryHackMe subscription. Now, the TryHackMe subscription is literally $12 a month, and there's a link in the description below that will give you a discount on that. So it'll be, I think, $5 off or something. So it's super inexpensive to get anyway, and there's literally thousands of rooms in here, and they're so valuable. Universities use TryHackMe to teach people about hacking and pen testing. So very, very cool resource, and I love it so much. This entire channel has been, the foundation of this channel has been built on TryHackMe. So all of that being said, let's jump into it. All right, the big question that we need to first answer is, what is a hash function? And these are different from encryption, so this is very important to understand. There is no key to hash functions, and it's meant to be impossible, or at least computationally impractical, to go from the output back to the input. And we'll talk about a variety of different reasons why this is, and I'll show you some examples as well, just to kind of make it hit home a little bit. A hash function takes some input data of any size and then creates a summary or a digest of that data. The output has a fixed size. It's hard to predict the output for any input and vice versa. Good hashing algorithms will be relatively fast to compute and prohibitively slow to reverse, meaning going from the output and then finding out what the input was that actually established that. So any slight change in the input data, even a single bit or a single letter or a single dot or a comma, should cause a significant change in the output. So as an example, in the terminal, we're going to calculate the contents of this file, right? So first we're going to get the contents of file 1, which is T, I guess T with the enter sign or something like that. The letter is T. It's in 54 in hexadecimal, meaning essentially this in binary. And then the letter U is 55 in hexadecimal, which is similar but not really in binary. So if we check T and U in the ASCII table or using hexdump, this is what the data that we'll actually get for this. So the following two files differ by a single bit. However, if we compare their hash values, and there would be the MD5, so message digest algorithm 5, or SHA-1, which is the secure hash algorithm 1, or SHA-256, or any other hash algorithm, we'll notice that they are entirely different hash values. So they are not that different in the hexadecimal encoding or the binary, right? It's almost identical. 54 and 55 obviously aren't, but the binary is almost identical. However, their hash algorithms, their hash values are significantly different. So this is it, right? So we have T and U are the contents of these two text files. The hex dump, again, we just saw all of that stuff. The hash values, however, are significantly different. So when you actually look at the hash values of, this is file 1 and file 2, and this is the MD5 sum, so the MD5 hash value. And this is how you get the hash value of anything, by the way. You literally just do MD5 sum, and then you give the name of the file inside of that directory. What they've done in this particular case, they've just written this to say that anything that ends with a .txt, so this asterisk represents a wildcard character, means anything, and then as long as it ends with .txt, that's what I want you to look at. So this is the MD5 sum of the text files inside of this directory, and then you can literally see they're not even remotely close to being the same. And then same thing with the SHA-1 and the SHA-256 sums. They're not even remotely close. They're completely different values, which means what? Even the slightest change of the value of something or the contents of something will give you entirely different hash values. So the reason why this is important is that as we use the internet, so like any other cryptographic function, hashing remains hidden from a user. It helps protect data integrity and ensures password confidentiality. So if we're looking at the example of hashing being used to protect your cybersecurity, when you log into TryHackMe, the server uses hashing to verify your password. In fact, as per good security practices, a server does not record your password in plain text, right? It records the hash value of your password. Whenever you want to log in, it calculates the hash value of the password that you submitted with the recorded hash value that they have in their servers, and it just compares it side by side. As long as the hash values are the same, then you're good, right? So similarly, when you log into the computer, hashing plays a role in verifying the password. You interact more indirectly with hashing than you would think, and almost daily in the context of passwords. So before we jump into what hashing collision is and all of this other stuff for it, I want to show you this resource. And I always use this as an example because I think it's just a really powerful way to display the example of something. So let's look at a very cool resource. I love this resource specifically. Honestly, I think I've used it. I use it in pen testing exercises regularly. But just to show you what the value of something is, it's amazing. So we're going to go to the hash generator. So I'm going to just Google a hash generator. There's a lot of them. So what I'm going to do in this particular case, it is in this field, in this box, I'm just going to type the word or the phrase. We'll just do a phrase right here. Or actually, no. I want to do a word because I want to show you what CrackStation does. So what we'll do is, password, right? So this is obviously a very weak password. This exists in a bunch of different dictionaries that store passwords, and it also is going to exist inside of the rainbow table that is inside of CrackStation or any similar service to CrackStation. So what happens is that when you generate a hash for something, this is the MD5 hash of the word password with a capital P, and this is the SHA-1 hash. So if we take this hash value, and if we go to CrackStation and paste it in here, it's not going to decrypt this. It's not going to dehash this, right? What it's doing is it's looking inside of its database, its massive database of all of these hashes that it has. And it's literally a side-by-side. So if you can just imagine, and you know what, I think a better way to do this is just to actually show you what a rainbow table kind of looks like. Okay, so I created a very small rainbow table just for the purpose of this exercise. So if we can imagine that a rainbow table is basically like an Excel sheet, right, or a Google sheet. And on one side, it has the plain text value of the hash. And then on the other side, it has the SHA-1 value of the hash. And then there would be another one that is the MD5 value of the hash, and then the SHA-256, and so on and so forth, right? So this is essentially what a rainbow table is. So if we look at the word password with a capital P, this is the hash value. Password with a lowercase p, this is the hash value. Password with $2 instead of S's, that's what it is. And then password with a capital P and $2, this is what it is. And actually, this is not supposed to be the case because it's supposed to be completely different, which it was not registered, so I didn't copy that correctly. That's the actual hash value of the capital P, right? So these are completely different hash values. So when we go to CrackStation and we use this hash, for example, and this was the hash that was stored inside of their database for the word password with a capital P. And if I go over here and then type in the other one that we have, and then we crack that, it's going to exist, and it's going to be for the word password with a capital P and then $2 as S's, right? All of these things exist inside of their rainbow table because they are so basic. They're such weak passwords that exist. It's not like CrackStation is actually able to decode this or decrypt this or to dehash this. All they're doing is they're comparing it to a giant file, a giant database of hash values. And then it's going to say, oh, you know what? I recognize this hash value, and I know that this hash value is equivalent to the word password with a capital P and $2. So to be able to prove this now, so if I went over here and then I went and created a strong password. So instead of it being a weak password like this, what we're going to do is we're going to type. So we're going to say, you know, this is a strong password, and I've modified the text a little bit, so it's pretty strong, right? And then we have this series of numbers at the end of this, and then now we're going to generate a hash value. You go down here and you see that it's still the same length, right? So if I actually go over here and paste it in our rainbow table, we'll see that this is not a different length of characters. It seems like these are longer, but it's because the zeros take more space than ones and things like that. So, but it's literally the same number of characters that exist inside of this hash, and then it's for this freaking password, which is this whole text right here, right? So this is actually the password that goes into this thing right here. Now, what we can confirm, just to make sure that this is actually the case, is we can go to CrackStation, right? And we can go to CrackStation, we'll paste that hash in here. We're going to click this button, and then we're going to click hash. And then now it's going to say what? It does not have it. It doesn't know what the value of that is, because this plain text value does not exist inside of their database because it's a strong password. It is not something that is inside of the RockU password list or the SecList password list. There's so many freaking password dictionaries out there that have tens of millions of passwords in them. And so this is not in there. This is actually a strong password. So what I do with my passwords and this is kind of just like a good practice to have, I usually end up creating a long phrase as my password because I want to be able to remember my password. And then there's also these password applications that store all of your passwords. So it generates a random password, which is a strong password for every service that you use. And then all you need to know is just the password for your password application. And then now you can get access to all of your other passwords. And then a lot of times it also connects with, the fingerprint of your phone or of your MacBook or the face scan or something like that. So it has these multi-factor authentication mechanisms that you can get into the password app, and then the password collector, password storage. And then from there, it'll just align, this is my TryHackMe password, so on and so forth. If you don't want to do that, then you can do things like what I just did, right? So, I don't know, what can I say? It could be, I am an amazing hacker, buddy, whatever. That would be a decent password. And at the end of it, I could do, this, which is, this by itself is not going to be a strong password because it's just a pattern on the 10 key. And I know for a fact that exists inside of the password list, but this by itself does not exist. So if I generate the password hash for that, copy that password hash, and I go back inside of CrackStation and drop it in here, and then go like that, and then crack that, we see that it still does not exist because, again, that was a strong password. So what a tool like John the Ripper will do, or what tools like CrackStation end up doing, is that they will use a dictionary as well as a list of hashes for that dictionary, because every single thing, even if it's been altered by one letter or a capital letter or whatever it is, all of these things essentially are identical. So this hash is not going to belong to any other word other than the password with a capital P. There's nothing else that will match this. So you can be guaranteed that this hash value is going to be consistent across every platform, at least if it's a SHA-1, right? It's going to be consistent across every platform for the word password. And this is how your password is stored in TryHackMe or Google or all these things. They don't have the plain text version in their server. They have the hash version. And so what they do is that when you press enter and you enter in your password, it immediately gets converted into whatever the algorithm is that they use. And then they compare that against the hash value that's stored. So if you mistype something, right, if I put a 0 over here instead of the letter O, then this is going to be an entirely different password hash, and you're not going to be able to log in. So that's literally the power of hashing, and that's the only way that you can decrypt something, at the very least on the text level, because there's hashes that are for images, as we'll go and we'll check inside of our exercises and all of those things. It's like, how are you going to reverse the hash of an image? It's not like you have the storage of an image. An image could be altered in so many different ways. So that is why this is such a powerful thing and why it's such an important concept. And now that we know that, we can talk about what a hash collision is. And this is when two different inputs give the same output, right? So it got to a point, and this is why we have the evolution of the hash algorithm, because after a certain while, if you're just doing MD5, for example, so if we went and looked at this, you can see that MD5 has a smaller number of characters than SHA-1 does. And then there's actually MD1 as well, which is much shorter than MD5 is. And then there was MD2, 3, 4, and then it got to 5, and then there was SHA-1, and then SHA went up to I think it's like 5 12 or something right now. I think it even goes into the thousands. So there are so many different types of hash values, and for each one it just gets longer and longer and longer because you want to have more of an option for these various values to be created. So you want a variety, a larger variety to be created, because the only thing that is a pattern here is that there are numbers and there are letters. And that's pretty much it. That's the only pattern that we see, is that there are numbers and there are letters. So eventually you're going to come up with the same thing, because I know I'm contradicting myself, and I was like, yeah, this isn't going to, for the most part, it's not going to have this same hash value isn't going to come up for something else. But there are a lot of different passwords, and there are a lot of different, especially if you're just using a small algorithm like SHA-1, relatively small, right? So this is what happens when you have the same, like you have two different inputs that give you the same output. That's called a collision, a hash collision. And hash functions are designed to avoid collisions as best as possible, and they are designed to prevent an attacker from being able to create or engineer a collision intentionally. However, because the number of inputs is practically unlimited and the number of possible outputs is limited, this is where the pigeonhole effect is created. So as a numeric example, if a hash function produces a 4-bit hash value, we only have 16 different hash values available to us. So the total number of possible hash values would be 2 to the number of bits, in this case 2 to the power of 4, and then that ends up being 16, and the probability of a collision is relatively very high because there's only 16 different possibilities for this. The pigeonhole effect states that the number of items, or the number of pigeons, is more than the number of containers, meaning the pigeonhole. Some containers must hold more than one item. In other words, in this context, there are a fixed number of different output values for the hash function, but you can give it any size input. As there are more inputs than outputs, some inputs must inevitably give the same output. If you have 21 pigeons and 16 pigeonholes, some of those pigeons are going to share the same pigeonhole. That's the concept. So collisions are unavoidable. However, a good hash function ensures that the probability of a collision is negligible or non-existent or very, very, very low. So MD5 and SHA-1 have been attacked and are now considered insecure due to the ability to engineer hash collisions. However, no attack has yet given a collision in both algorithms simultaneously. So if you compare MD5 and SHA-1 hash, you'll see that they are different. You can view the MD5 collision example on the collision demo page, and then we can also read about the details of the SHA-1 collision at Shattered. Due to these, you should not trust either algorithm for hashing passwords or data, and they are not used. In the modern world, it's at least SHA-256 or higher. Nobody's going to use SHA-1 anymore, or nobody's going to use MD5 anymore because they're just too small. They're too short of an output. Therefore, you can't have as many variations. So now what we're going to do is we're going to actually get the SHA-256 sum of the password JPEG file in our task, and then what is the output size in bytes of the MD hash function, and then if you have an 8-bit hash output, how many possible hashes are there? So it's basically 2 to the power of 8, and then essentially that's what we're going to get right now. So those are the questions that we have to deal with. So let's go ahead and find the first one. So this is our virtual machine that we have right here, and I need to find where I am currently. So I'm inside of, where are we? We're inside of the home user. Those are the various exercises that we have. We're going to the hashing basics room, or hashing basics folder, and inside of that we have these various tasks. So what we need to do is we need to get the contents of the task 2, which I believe is the one that has our passport JPEG. So what we want is SHA, and then you do 256 sum, and then you basically just type in the name of the file, which is passport.jpg, and then this is the one. This is the SHA-256 sum of password JPEG, and you can see that it's much longer than what we got previously, which is what we had for SHA-1, right? It's definitely just a much longer value. So that is a correct answer, and we're good with that. So now we're going to move on to the next question, which is what is the output size in bytes of the MD5 hash function? Our hint here says to count the number of hexadecimal digits and then divide them by 2. So MD5, I'm not going to count it. I'm literally going to use a tool to be able to count it for me, or I'm just going to Google it. But we're going to just get the number of digits and then divide it by 2. And after a quick little Google, we can see that it consists of 32 characters. So if we divide 32 by 2, we will end up getting 16. So that would be our value right there. And then if you have an 8-bit hash output, how many possible hash values are there? And then we're going to go back to Google and we're going to pull up the calculator. And essentially what we're going to do here is we're going to take 2 to the power of 8. That's not what it's doing. So 2 to the power of, there we go, 8, and then do that. And it's 256. So the potential, or if you have how many possible hash values are there, is 256 hash values. So there we go. We got all of our answers for task number 2. Let's move on to task number 3. All right, in secure password storage for authentication, typically it comes in the form of clear text, or also known as plain text. So hashing has many uses in CySec. Password storage and data integrity is the big things that we're going to be focusing on in this video. And it's important to note that this does not apply to password managers, where you must retrieve your password in clear text. So that's not what we're talking about. Authentication mechanisms only need to confirm that the user knows the password so they can be granted access to the resource. Therefore, this problem differs from password managers, which is basically what I was talking about before. So just some stories here, I guess, for password storage for authentication. Most web applications need to verify a user's password at some point. Storing these in plain text is very insecure, and it's a very bad security practice, and it's grounds for a lot of different attacks and then ultimately lawsuits and going out of business, basically. So you probably see news stories about companies that have had their database leaked, and knowing that many people use the same password on their various accounts, including their online banking, leaking the password from one account jeopardizes the security of all of the other accounts. So we will visit 3 different practices when it comes to this, right? Storing passwords in plain text, storing passwords during a deprecated encryption, which is like MD1 or MD5 or something, and then storing passwords using an insecure hashing algorithm, which is another one version. So I guess insecure hashing algorithm would be the MD1 or MD5. Deprecated encryption would be a different type of encryption. So for example, the older, what was it? It was like AES, I think, which is a symmetric type of encryption, and then DES came, and then 3DES came, or I think DES came first, and then 3DES, and then AES. Dyslexia is kind of kicking my butt right now, but that's basically it. That's kind of like the gist of it. So storing passwords in plain text is kind of silly to think about. As I mentioned multiple times, there's a variety of different password lists. For example, RockU, which literally has tens of millions. Oh, it's literally right here. So we have, what is this, 14 million lines in this thing, and each line represents a password. So over 14,300,000 passwords are inside of the RockU list. Just the RockU list, okay? So this is just one of the password dictionaries that exists. So when you look at that, and then it just shows you, just when you do the top 10 lines, you know, password is in there, I love you is in there, princess is in there, RockU is in there, ABC123 is in there, like the silliest, most basic, and then, you know, the words FU are in there, and just so many simple passwords that you'd be like, oh, I kind of understand why this is actually counted as a simple password, right? And password by itself is like one of these things that is it's like a default password that's included in a lot of installations of operating systems, or in a lot of different installations of software or something like that. So inside of this RockU list, there's a bunch of default passwords that people never change, so that ends up being one of the passwords that is deemed to be an insecure password. So that's one thing when you store it inside of plain text, right? So this password list came from RockU, a company developed social media applications and widgets. They stored their password in plain text, and the company had a data breach. The text file contained over 14 million passwords, and that's basically what it is. And typically, when you install Linux, it's inside of the share word list, or if you do any of the attack boxes in TryHackMe, it's also inside of the share word lists. If you install Kali Linux, that's exactly the location that is included. Anyways, so Adobe's notable data breach this is under the insecure encryption algorithm. Adobe had a data breach as well, which was different from what happened with RockU, which was the plain text storage, right? Instead of using a secure hashing function to store the values of passwords, the company used a deprecated encryption format. Furthermore, password hints were stored in plain text, sometimes containing the password itself, which is insane as a user. It's like, why? Why would you use it? Anyways. Consequently, the plaintext password could be retrieved relatively quickly because they were able to decrypt it because it was an outdated encryption algorithm. And then the hash function, an insecure hash function, this is a LinkedIn story. In 2012, they had a data breach. They used an insecure hashing algorithm, which was SHA-1, to store passwords. Furthermore, no password salting was used. And password salting refers to adding a salt, basically a random value, to the password before it is hashed. So if we go to CrackStation, or not CrackStation, the MD5 generator that we were in. Let's do this one more time. So if I go here, this is a salt right here. Technically, 56216 is technically a salt that has been added to the end of this password. So if this was just by itself and we did that, this would be maybe an insecure password. But if I generate the hash for this with that salt at the end, I mean, we'll see if it's actually stored in here, but I doubt that's actually stored in there. So let's see if it exists. It does not, right? So even that basic password that previously did exist, if you add a little salt at the end of it, then it no longer is existing inside of these rainbow tables, which means that for the most part, you kind of have a secure password, right? So this was the issue that was available for the LinkedIn data breach. This is what happened to them. So what we're going to do is try to find the 20th password in the RockU text file. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to, let's go and try to find, I'll just do a cat of the RockU text file. So we can actually, we could either do cat, or I think we could do less. So I could do less, and I will do user share word lists and then do rocku.txt, and there it is. So the 20th would be, so let's just count. QWERTY is the 20th one, and QWERTY is actually one of those things that's also like this little thing. So if you have your left hand on your keyboard and your index is on the home button, which is F, if you just move your hand up to the top row, QWERTY would be your pinky, your ring finger, your middle finger, your index finger, and then T and Y. So that ends up being the password. So that's another one of those things that's like a pattern, that it's not a word or anything, but it's just a pattern. Somebody just moved their finger, their hand from the home position on their keyboard. They just went to the top row, and then they just literally used from their pinky all the way to the index. And it's just like a very, very simple password. So that's it for task 3. So now let's go into task 4. So as we talk about insecure password storage, now we need to talk about secure password storage. And this is where hashing actually comes in. So instead of storing the password, you just store the hash value using a secure hash function. And it means you never have to store the user's plain text or clear text password. If the database is leaked, an attacker will have to crack each password or each of the hashes to find out what the password was, which is impossible depending on what type of hash algorithm you use, right? So this is, again, we're now reviewing the concept of a rainbow table, right? So the problem is with these hash algorithms, what if two users have the same password? As a hash function will always turn the same input into the same output, so the word password will give you the same exact output. Doesn't matter how many people use that same password, they literally have the same hash value. So you'll end up storing the same password hash for each one of those users. That means if someone cracks that hash, they gain access to more than one account. It also means that someone can create a rainbow table to break the hashes, which is exactly what I did. That Excel sheet is basically a rainbow table, and you can see it right here. So it's a lookup table of hashes to plain text, so you can quickly find out what the password user had just from the hash. A rainbow table trades the time to crack a hash for hard disk space, but it takes time to actually create And this is an example of what it looks like. So we can see these are the hashes that are available for these plain text passwords, the word basketball and a bunch of zeros, and this specifically right here, insecure pass. I guess this is actually not it's not a bad attempt at a hash or at a secure password. So let's see if this thing even exists. So if I go ahead and use this as my hash generator and copy that and then go to CrackStation, let's see if that's actually in here. I feel like that shouldn't be in here. It's not in here, right? So that's actually a pretty strong password. This password that we see right here, it's technically insecure pass, but it's pretty good with the randomization of the characters that they use. So that's pretty solid. I would say that's actually a strong password. So websites like CrackStation and Hashes internally use massive rainbow tables to provide fast password cracking for hashes without salts. Doing a lookup in a sorted list of hashes is quicker than trying to crack the hash, which is what I usually do. So protecting against rainbow tables, we add a salt to the password. And the salt is a randomly generated value stored in the database and should be unique to each user. In theory, you could use the same salt for all users, but duplicate passwords would still have the same hash, and a rainbow table could still be created for passwords with that salt. So that's basically another one of the things that a service can do, right? A software provider or a website could actually do this on their end, which they generate a randomly generated value that's stored in their database and it's unique to each user. So each user would get their own salt that would be added to their plain text, which would then combine for a really complicated password hash, and it would ideally be a unique password hash. So you technically don't want to use the same salt for all the users, because duplicate passwords will still have the same hash, and a rainbow table could still be created for passwords with that salt. So the salt is added either to the start or the end of the password before it is actually hashed. This means that every user will have a different password hash, even if the same password is actually generated, or if they use the same password, the salt is different, so their hash value is different. Hash functions like bcrypt and scrypt, or script, I guess, handle this automatically. Salts don't need to be kept private. Examples for securely storing passwords here. We can find many good guides that are online that promote best security practices when storing passwords. Please check if there are any standards you need to follow when storing passwords before adopting one. And this is specific to your company or the organization that you work for and the regulations that you have to abide by. So consider this as an example. We select a secure hashing function like argon to script bcrypt or pbkdf2, right? We add a unique salt to the password such as this. This is the salt that's added to the actual password. Then we concatenate the password with the unique salt. For example, if the password is this, we add this to the end of it and it gives us this as their full password. And then we calculate the hash value of this piece right here. And in this example, the chosen algorithm, you need to calculate the hash value of that, storing the hash value, and then unique salt created, which is this, right? So that's basically it. And that's how you do a secure password practice. Using encryption to store passwords, considering the problem of saving passwords for authentication, why don't we encrypt passwords instead of all the cumbersome steps? The reason is that even if we select a secure hashing algorithm to encrypt the passwords before storing them, we still need to store the used key. That's the issue with encryption. Encryption has keys. So consequently, if someone gets the key, they can easily decrypt all of the passwords. That's why we don't use encryption, because a key exists somewhere. Somebody has the key. So if a hacker gets access to that key, they get access to the kingdom. That's the reason why we don't use encryption, because hashing cannot be reversed. That's the whole point here, right? So now we're going to check the hash of this thing using the rainbow table above. So I guess I'm just going to do this, and it says manually check it. So I'm just going to do copy and then do Control F and then look for that. And this is the password. So there we go. And then we're going to come down here and we're just going to paste that here and then crack the hash using an online tool. So we're just going to take this thing right here and we're going to go to CrackStation and we're going to paste it in here and crack that hash. Oh, really? This doesn't even exist inside of CrackStation. Really? Okay. All right. So now we're going to go to that other website that they recommended, which is, I think it's called Hashes. Is that what they said? Yeah, hashes.com. So we'll go to hashes.com here. And let's see if they have this in their storage. Show plain texts. So let's see, captcha check. Let me do this real quick. Oh, I see. It's literally at the end of the thing. And for some reason, I didn't notice that. So it's at the end of this, and the password itself is TryHackMe. And it's stored inside of hashes.com. Isn't that interesting? So there we go. And then, should you encrypt passwords in password verification systems? We're gonna say no, because we don't want keys, right? Encryption means that there are keys, and we do not want keys. That's the whole idea of hashing. That's why we hash, because encryption has keys. So we do not want to encrypt the passwords in a password verification system. Are you kidding me? Moving on. Okay, so from a security perspective, from a cyber defense security perspective, we covered how to store passwords securely. Let's tackle this from an offensive security perspective. If we want the hash, so if we start with a hash, first, how can we recognize the type of the hash and then eventually crack it and then recover the original password? There's something called hash ID, and this is unreliable for many formats. For hashes that have a prefix, the tools are reliable. Use a healthy combination of context and tools. If you find the hash in a web application database, it's more likely to be MD5 than it is NTLM, which is the NT-LAN manager. NTLM is typically for Windows, right? So automated hash recognition tools often get these hash types mixed up, highlighting the importance of learning these things yourself. And hash ID it's not bad. It's like a pretty solid tool. And you can install it. It's basically a Python script from what I remember. And if you have Python installed on your computer, there's a tool called pip that comes with it. So you would do pip install hash ID, and then it would just install it for you. And then if you have like an upgraded version of Python, so for example, Python 3, then it would be pip3 install hash ID, so on and so forth. And then once you have it, essentially you can just run the Python file. So it is hash ID Python. So it is an actual Python file. You just run the Python file, and then you give it the hash value, and then it'll go and say it's analyzing this thing, and then it's going to say that, I guess this is what it is, WordPress, Joomla, PHP, PHPass or something. Let's see, none of these things open up. Hash ID for this will give you analyzing this, and it's a RACF hashcat mode. And then hashes.txt is something that you can also use. So if you have a text file of hashes, you could just use it, and it'll tell you what the various encryption algorithms, what the algorithms are that each one of those hashes belongs to. But again, it's not reliable, right? Because it has a limited number of formats that is stored inside of its database. So it will sometimes guess, or more often than not, it'll probably guess, and then you'll think that you've figured out the hash algorithm, and then you go down the wrong rabbit hole and you waste a lot of time. So Linux systems, so on Linux operating systems, password hashes are stored inside the etc shadow file, and this is not accessible by anybody other than sudo users or root, right? They used to be stored in etc password, but then now the stuff that's inside of etc password, and let's see if we can actually look at this over here. So if I clear this over here, let me close out of that, excuse me. There we go. So let's clear this screen right here. And then what we're going to try to do is we're going to try to go ahead and see if we can actually cat the etc shadow file, which we can't because permission has been denied. And I don't think I am a sudo user. So let's see what my login information is, because I do remember that it was at the beginning of this exercise. So the login information is just user. We are not a sudo user. So we can try to cat the etc password file though, and more often than not, it actually does work. So the etc password file does not store the password hashes. These X's that you see right here, these X's are where the password hashes of each one of these users would actually be stored. And in this particular case, they're not here. If you go into the shadow file, it'll still have the same thing, right? It'll have root, but then instead of an X, it'll actually just be this long thing, which ends up being the password hash. So these things And we go inside the password file, which was readable by everybody. The shadow file contains the password information. Each line contains 9 fields separated by colons. The first 2 fields are the login name and the encrypted password. More information about these other fields can be done by doing man5 shadow on a Linux system, and I'll show you the manual of that and the breakdown of what that is. So the encrypted password field contains the hashed passphrase with 4 components: the prefix, which is the algorithm ID, the options or the parameters, the salt, and then the hash. It's saved in this format. You have $ prefix, $options, $salt, and then $hash. The prefix makes it easy to recognize Unix and Linux style passwords. It specifies the hashing algorithm that's used to generate that file hash. So this is a table of some of the most common Unix style password prefixes that we can encounter. So if we do the $Y$, this is YesCrypt, a scalable hashing scheme, and is the default and recommended choice in new systems. Okay. If you do the GY between the $, it's the Ghost YesCrypt, and then it uses Ghost R3 hash function, as well as the YesCrypt hashing method. If it has the 7 between the $, it is the SCrypt or script, password-based key derivation function. If it has 2B, 2Y, 2A, 2X in the middle, it's bcrypt, and it has a hash-based like Blowfish block cipher originally developed for OpenBSD, but is supported on a recent version of FreeBSD, NetBSD, Solaris 10, and newer, and several Linux distributions. If it has 6 in the $, it's the SHA-521 or 512. So SHA-512 crypt is the hash-based, which is on SHA-2 with a 512-bit output originally developed for GNU. And then we have MD5, which is Sun MD5, and then we have 1, which is MD5 crypt. And these are just a general list. These are kind of like the most common ones. You can look at all of them by going to man5 and then crypt. So looking at the manual for the crypt. I love saying that for now. All right, so modern Linux example. Consider the following line from a modern Linux system's shadow password file. So we have strategos, or whatever, and inside of these columns or these colons, so it would be from there and it would go all the way to here. So between these 2 colons is what we have as far as our password hash is concerned. That whole thing is his password hash, okay? And so the fields are separated by colons. These important ones are the username and the hash algorithm, salt, and hash value. The second field has the format, prefix, options, salt, and then the hash itself. So this is the prefix, right? These are the options, and then you go to the $, and then this is the salt that goes to this whole other $. Where is the because it says options, salt, and then the hash. So we have prefix, options, and then that goes to this $, and then you have the salt, and I can't even find the other $, and then the hash itself. So the second field has the format, this, which is again what we're just looking at right now. The UI indicates that it's used YesCrypt. J9T is a parameter passed to the algorithm. So maybe I see this is the second $. I missed this completely. So this is the parameter that was passed. This is the second $, and then between this one to this one is the salt. There we go. That's what I missed. And then after that $, to the end of it is the actual hash itself. So this is what we got. That's what I missed. Okay. So there we go. So MS Windows passwords, which they use NTLM. It's a variant of MD4. They're visually identical to MD4 and MD5 hashes, so it's very important to use context to determine the hash type. On MS Windows, password hashes are stored in the SAM, the Security Accounts Manager. MS Windows tries to prevent normal users from dumping them, but tools like Mimikatz exist to circumvent MS Windows security. Notably, the hashes found there are split into the NT hashes and LM hashes. A great place to find more hash formats and password prefixes is the Hashcat example hashes page. For other hash types, you'll typically need to check the length or encoding, or even conduct some research into the application that generated them. Never underestimate the power of research when you're trying to find out the hash values. And this is all for pen testing, offensive security, so on and so forth. So Hashcat is like a really big tool. Mimikatz is another really big tool. And Mimikatz especially we've used on several occasions to do password dumps from a Windows machine. And I still need more experience with it to really kind of get the hang of it, because everything that I've done has been based on instructions that I've received during a lab. So I have not memorized Mimikatz and what it can potentially do and all of that stuff. So it's very, very important if you're going to go into pen testing, or if you're interested in ethical hacking and pen testing, these are some of the things that you're going to start learning about. And it's a good idea to really, really go into them. So what is the hash size in yes script, or the yes script? Okay, so the hint that we have for this one is to literally just do online. So I'm just gonna just search Google for this. So what we want is, what is the size of the yes script hash size? Okay, so the hint basically says that we can either do online search, or we can just go to the man5 crypt. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna go to man5 crypt. So we're just gonna clear this. We're gonna do man5 crypt, press enter, and then there we go. So we have a long list of information that's available here. The top is all that. So we're just gonna try to scroll down here and see if I can actually find anything. So there we go. We're going to use the keys here. We can't scroll down with our mouse. So what do we want here? We want yes script is a scalable da 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 da. And what do I want here? I want the hash size. So 256 bits is what the hash size of that is. And the hash mode listed for Cisco ASA, and then the hashing algorithm used in Cisco iOS if it starts with 9. So for this, we're going to go to the Hashcat example hashes, and there's a lot of hashes. So the hash mode listed for Cisco ASA MD5. So we're going to copy that. We're going to go here, and we're going to do Control F and then paste, and then there we go. Cisco ASA MD5. The hash code I want to say is 2410, right? Is that what I'm trying to find here? I think that's what it is. So 2410. Okay, yes, that was it. It's actually the hash mode, not the hash code, but that is the number that we're looking for, the 2410. And then the hashing algorithm used in Cisco iOS if it starts with $9. So we'll do this, and we'll copy this, and we'll go back to this, and we'll do Cisco iOS type 4. So there's 4 searches or 4 results that come in. So if it starts with the $9, and this one does not start with $9. So let's go up one, and Cisco iOS starting with a $1, and then $8 and $9. There we go. So $9 is script, and that's what it is. So script would be the answer. Sweet. There we go. And we got our answers. So now let's talk about password cracking. This is where it starts getting fun. We've already mentioned rainbow tables as a method to crack hashes, and these are hashes that obviously don't use salt. But what if there is salt and you can't decrypt password hashes? They're not encrypted. You have to crack the hashes by hashing many different inputs like the rockutxt, as it covers many possible passwords, potentially adding the salt if there is one and comparing it to the target hash. Once it matches, you know what the password was. So tools like Hashcat and John the Ripper are commonly used for these types of purposes. They do that for you. They'll take something like the rockutxt file, they'll generate, or they possibly already have it stored as the hashes for each one of those clear text values, and then they compare it against the hash values to see if it can decrypt it and find the plain text for you. So cracking passwords with GPUs, modern GPUs, which are the graphics processing units, have thousands of cores, and they're specialized in digital image processing and accelerating computer graphics. Although they can't do the same sort of work that a CPU can, they're very good at some mathematical calculations involved in hash functions, which is why they've gotten so expensive ever since the emergence of crypto mining has happened, because people build their rigs using really advanced GPUs. And NVIDIA, for example, became a $1 trillion company because people keep buying computer chips and GPUs to build more advanced computers, and a lot of those advanced computers are used to mine cryptocurrency. So it's a very, very big deal to understand the power of these things. You can use a graphics card to crack many hash types quickly. Some hashing algorithms, such as bcrypt, are designed so that hashing on a GPU does not provide any speed improvement over a CPU, which helps them resist cracking. Cracking on VMs, virtual machines, normally don't have access to the host graphic cards. Therefore, it's really not that possible to do it. Depending on the virtualization software you're using, you can set this up, but it's cumbersome. Furthermore, performance degradation occurs as you use the CPU from a virtualized OS. When your purpose is to crack a hash, you need a very strong CPU cycle, or every extra CPU cycle. So if you want to run Hashcat, it's best to run it on your host to make the most of your GPU if you have one. If you prefer MS Windows, you're in luck. MS Windows builds are available on the website, and you can run it from PowerShell. You can get Hashcat working with OpenCL in a virtual machine, but the speeds will likely be worse than cracking on your actual host machine. John the Ripper uses CPU by default and works in a virtual machine out of the box, although you may get better speeds running it on the host to avoid any virtualization overhead and make the most of the CPU cores and the threads. So to crack some hashes is what we're about to do right now. They're going to provide the hashes to us. We're going to crack them, and then we can choose how to crack them. We can use online tools. We can use Hashcat. We can use John the Ripper. And then we can also use online rainbow tables to solve the following. We strongly advise against doing that, as this will restrict your learning experience. For the first 3 questions, using Hashcat along with RockU is enough to find the answers, and this is what a sample command looks like. So you do Hashcat, and then you do -M to choose the hash type. So in numeric format, for example, M1000 is for NTLM, and then we have to check their documentation to try to find the hash type code that we would use. And then the A-A will give us the attack mode. So for example, A0 is for straight up, trying one password from the word list after another. And then you give it the hash file, which is rocku.txt. And then the word list, or excuse me, I'm sorry, the hash file is the file that actually has the hash inside of it. And then the word list would be rocku. So in this case, this is what it looks like. M3200 A0 hash, and then this will treat hash as a bcrypt and try the passwords inside the rocku text file. So using Hashcat to crack this hash saved in this text file, we are now going to try to find what it is. So if we do 2A, if I go ahead and search this inside of our example hashes here, for example, so we'll go and search for this, and 2A is bcrypt M5D or bcrypt SHA-1. What else do we got? Bcrypt. So bcrypt seems to be the thing for this. Yeah, it's bcrypt and a variety of different SHAs or MDs. So it's bcrypt, and then it's inside of the task 6 hash1, and we're going to use Hashcat. So what we need to do is first we need to find what the code is for bcrypt, right? So what we can look at is the manual for Hashcat to see what the code is for bcrypt. So first we're going to go here. We're going to press Q to get out of our last manual, and I'm going to clear the screen, and I'm going to do man Hashcat, and then I want to find the code for bcrypt. That's what I'm interested in here. So let's see what we can find here. All right, it's fairly close to the bottom of the document is where the hash types start. And so now we're going to look for bcrypt to be able to find what the code is for it. Okay, so I see the bcrypt blowfish OpenBSD, which is 3200. I want to say that's the only one, because the rest of them are like MD5s and salts and so on and so forth. So I'm going to see if there is other stuff that I can find that actually says bcrypt, but I think that's it. It's 3200, I believe. Yeah, so it's 3200, and that's what we got for that list. So now we're going to actually run the command here. So we are going to exit out of our manual here, and the command is going to be hashcat m3200. And then the I should actually go inside of the, hold on, let me go inside of the file or inside of the directory that has the hash file that we're looking for, and it's inside task 6. And there it is. And we have the #1, and then there's also #2, and there's a #3 and a #4. So first we're going to use the #1, obviously. So M is going to be 3200, which is for bcrypt, and it's literally right here too in the example right here. I should have just paid attention to that. Okay, so 3200, and then A is going to be 0, so our attack type is just going to be one after the other. And then from there, we're going to give it the #1.txt, and then from there, we're going to give it the path to the word list for rocku.txt. So this is what the command itself looks like. So you have, you know, hashcat m3200 a0 #1.txt, and then user.share word list rocku. Press enter, and it's starting. So let's see how long it takes to actually find it. All right, so that took, I want to say maybe like 30 seconds to a minute, something like that. And so when it gets to this point, it asks you, do you want to continue? Do you want to stop? Whatever. And I didn't touch it. So don't get distracted by that message that it gives you. And so now we have it, session hashcat cracked, crack mode, da. So guest base, whatever. What's the actual value that I'm looking for here? Oh, I believe it's this right here. So candidates one, it's also at the end of the hash itself right here. So I think this is the hash, or the plain text. So we're just gonna copy that, and let's see if that's it. Okay, cool, that was it. All right, so now we're going to use the SHA-256 hash in hashcat, and this is hash number 2 here. And so now I need to also find the code for that. So now I'm gonna do, okay, so I need SHA-256, and then I also need hashcat to crack the hash saved in this, and it doesn't tell me what it is, which means I actually have to go find the code for this. So I need, let's see, we're gonna do a search for this, and $6 here, let's go. $6 is SNMP SHA-512, SHA-512, and OpenSSH RSA. So if it starts with $6, it's SHA-512. So that's what we got over here. So SHA-512 and then SHA-256 are the two codes that I need to make this work. So we need to find the codes for SHA-256 and SHA-512 for these guys. So now we're going to do man hashcat one more time, and then we're going to go to the bottom so we can find the list of the codes, and we're looking for SHA-256 and SHA-512. All right, so there we go. SHA-256 is 1400, and then 512 is 1700. So 1400, 1700. That's what we got. So now we're going to run the command one more time. Hashcat -m, and then we're going to do 1400 for SHA-256. And then it's going to be, what is it? The #2.txt. So attack is still going to be 0. #2.txt is going to be our file. And then we're going to do the user share word lists rocku.txt. Press enter. And there we go. Oh, it says no such file or directory. So did I user? Oh, user share. Okay, so let's try to fix that. It's not use share, it's user share. There we go. There we go. All right, cool. Now it's working, and let's see what the value is going to be. All right, so we got it. Now this is Halloween is the password for that one. And now we're going to run the same exact command, except we're just going to change some of the parameters here, which is going to be number 1, it's going to be the name of the file, so which is #3, right? #3, and then we're going to change the code from 1400 to 1700. Press enter, and now it says no hashes loaded. So #3.txt. Isn't that where it is? Task 6 #3.txt. I thought that's what it was. So the error that I'm getting is that I used the wrong hash type, I guess. So token length exception, this error happens if the wrong hash type is specified, if the hashes are malformed, or if the input is otherwise not as expected. For example, if the username option is used, but there's no username present. And the command that I gave was M1700, which is for the code A0 #3.txt, which should be exactly where I am, right? So there should actually be a hash3.txt, which there is, okay. So I'm guessing I'm using the wrong algorithm here. So we do have $6. If it starts with a $6, it's SHA-512. Oh, SHA-512 crypt, maybe. Maybe that's what I did. So maybe it's SHA-512 crypt instead of just SHA-512, which is what I chose. So let's see. Maybe that was the reason why I'm getting it wrong, or I'm not getting a proper recognition of my hashing algorithm. So I'm going to look for SHA-512 crypt. Maybe that's the issue that I had. Okay, so interestingly enough, there is no SHA-512 crypt, but there is a difference between SHA-512 and then SHA-512 Unix, which is what I see over here. So I think it's actually 512 Unix, as we see here, SHA-512 Unix. So I'm going to modify the command, and instead of it being 1700, it's just going to be 1800, which is going to be the command that we're going to run. So let's actually just clear the screen real quick and then go and run that one more time. So instead of it being 1700, it's going to be 1800. Press enter. Okay, now it's actually working. Okay, perfect. So now we're going to give this about 30 seconds to a minute, and we should have the answer to that one. And then the last one is crack this hash saved in hash4.txt, and then we can use, I guess, a variety of other sources. So let's see what the hint says. It says you'll need to use an online service. Okay, so let's go to CrackStation here, and we'll use CrackStation, see what we get. Oh, there we go, fun for you. So that one was pretty quick. That was quick and easy, painless. So fun for you. And there is that. And now we're just waiting for Hashcat to finish so we can get the answer to this last hash here. And then we're going to go to hashing for integrity checking, which I think it's going to touch on digital forensics, but we'll see. I'm not gonna jump ahead of myself here. Cool, we got it. And this one took a little bit longer because it's a much longer hash value, but it is Spaceman. Rocket Man. Okay, very good. There we go. We got it. Now let's look at hashing for integrity checking. As we've already mentioned, there are multiple uses for hashing, and integrity checking is one of the big ones. We can use hashing to check that files have not been changed. If you put the same data in, you always get the same data out. Even if a single bit changes, the hash will change significantly, as demonstrated in task 2. This means that you can use it to check that files haven't been modified, or to ensure that the file you downloaded is identical to the file on the web server. So a really good example of this is going to Kali, for example. So if we go to kalilinux.org and then we look at any of the downloads. So for example, I'm just going to click on download, and it's going to take me to a page where it has all the ISO files. And then we're going to go to installer images, and then we look at any of these, right? So let's say the weekly installer image, the untested images, whatever, or the net installer, or everything. And then when you look at this thing, there's something called the sum. When you click on that, it actually shows you the SHA-256 sum of this specific install file. The reason why this is important is that a lot of people go to, I don't know, like Pirate Bay, or I don't know why you would download Kali Linux from Pirate Bay. Maybe because somebody said that, you know, this is, I've installed some other things to it, and the only way that you can get it is by getting it from my repository, some crap like that. My recommendation is don't install an iOS or OS, excuse me, from any location other than the actual place that created it. So this is how you check the integrity of the file. So if for whatever reason somebody sent you, let's say somebody sends you the ISO file, and they say, here's the one that I'm using, and here's the one that we want you to install. And then you go and you check the SHA-256 sum of that ISO file, which is the installation file for Kali Linux. You check that against their website, and you're like, oh, these two don't match. That's a red flag right there. That's a reason to be on alert. So as demonstrated in task 2, anything that is changed inside of the file, even a bit at a time, it will change the entire hash value completely. So the text file that's been listed below shows SHA-256 of 2 Fedora workstation ISO files, literally what I was just checking right now. If running SHA-256 sum on the file that you downloaded returned the same hash listed in the signed file, you can be confident that your file is identical to the official one. So this is what we have over here, right? So you have the checksum, the SHA-256 Fedora workstation checksum. We're looking at the head, meaning the top lines of this, and it shows you that Fedora Workstation Live, OSB 40, and X these are the actual checksums, the SHA-256 checksums for those things. So when you download a file or download the ISO image of Fedora, and if it's the live OSB 40, 1.14, like this whole thing, if the file's checksum is not this checksum that's over here, then you have a tampered file. You have a file that's been changed or altered. So we can also use the hashing to find duplicate files. If two documents have the same hash, they're the same document. This is very convenient for finding and deleting duplicate files, which is actually something that I've never even thought about for whatever reason, and I'm gonna probably do that as soon as I'm done with with this video, just to kind of see if there's duplicate files that I need to delete from my computer. So HMACs, also known as key hash message authentication codes, is a type of message authentication code, also known as MAC, very different from media access controller numbers, which is the physical addresses that are attached to devices. And MAC uses a cryptographic hash function in combination with a secret key to verify the authenticity and integrity of data. And HMAC can be used to ensure that the person who created the HMAC is who they say they are, meaning authenticity is confirmed. Moreover, it proves that the message hasn't been modified or corrupted, meaning the integrity is maintained. This is achieved through the use of a secret key to prove authenticity and a hashing algorithm to produce a hash and prove integrity. So this is what happens when you actually use HMAC. This is how it works, basically. The secret key is padded to the block size of the hash function. The padded key is XORed with a constant, usually a block of zeros or ones. So we talked about this in the encryption video, I think the very first encryption video or cryptography video. The message is hashed using the hash function with the XORed key. The result from step 3 is then hashed again with the same hash function, but using the padded key that was XORed with another constant. The final output is the HMAC value. So this is what it kind of looks like if we wanted to clarify the steps. You have the key, and then plus the, I guess, iPad. I don't know if is that what this is? The padded key. I see. So I see. I'm like, iPad. So this is the padded key. There we go. So key plus the padding plus, and then the text right here. That generates the hash function. And then the hash function output plus another key. And this is the input pad. This would be the output pad. And then that combined ends up getting us the hash function, which ends up getting us the HMAC. Technically speaking, the HMAC function is calculated using this expression. So HMAC, key, and then the media, I want to say that's what M probably stands for, I think. And then we have the H key with the output padding, and then the input padding, and then the media itself as well as the H element of this, which is hash. There you go, hash. Okay. All right, so note that M and K represent the message and the key respectively. Thank you, I figured that out. So message or media, and then the key, and then we have the hash, and then the key plus the output padding, and then the hash, and then the key plus the input padding, and that's all we got. So I need to make sure I upgrade or increase the timer on this thing, because I don't want it to die on me. All right, so we got these couple of questions. We're almost done with this anyway, so we should be solid. So what is the SHA-256 hash of libcrypt found in this location? And then what's the hashcat mode number for HMAC SHA-512 key equals $pass? So that is, what do we want? We want the hashcat mode number for HMAC, so on and so forth. So I'm going to go copy this real quick because I think that's going to be a faster one to find. And it's literally right on my screen. HMAC SHA-512 key pass. That's so cool. That's literally on the screen. So 1750, that's that one. That was quick. I love that. All right, now we want the SHA-256 sum of this archive file that we have over here. So it is inside of task 7. So we're going to go back one, and then we're going to go to task 7 here, not task 78, task 7. Clear the screen. We're going to list, and then this is what we have over here. This is our archive file. So we're going to do SHA-256 sum, and then we're just going to say lib, and I'm going to press tab, and it's going to fill the rest of it for me. Enter. And then there is the sum. Look at that. Boom. And just like that, we're going to copy that. And then we're going to go over here. We're going to paste that, press enter, and we are officially wrapped. So let's see what the conclusion of this says. Oh, this is a pretty good conclusion as well. So there's some good instructions in the conclusion. So we'll do some conclusion, we'll do a summary, we'll do some final notes, and then you are dismissed. So let's go. All right, this room covered hashing functions, hashing, encoding, and encryption. Those are all different. Hashing is already stated, it's a process that takes input data and produces a hash value, which is a fixed size string of characters, also referred to as a digest. This hash value is uniquely representing the data, and any change in the data, no matter how small, should lead to a completely different hash value, and it should not be confused with encryption or encoding. Hashing is one way, and you can't reverse the process to get the original data. Encoding is more about formatting, so it converts the data from one form to another to make it compatible with a specific system. So for example, ASCII or UTF-8, 1632 ISO, Windows 1252, these are encoding methods. Base64 is an encoding method. So UTF-8 and 16 and 32 are Unicode encodings, and they represent characters from other languages such as Arabic or Japanese, right? So that's encoding. It has nothing to do with hashing. And encryption, as we already established, requires a key, so it can be decrypted as long as you have the key, which is very separate from hashing because hashing cannot be reversed. So another type of encoding commonly used when sending or saving data is not for any specific language. Examples would be base 32 or 64. And these are examples that we can use for looking at the base 64 version of something. And this would be base 64 of TryHackMe, which is this, and base 64 D, meaning decrypt this. So if you say base 64 TryHackMe, it'll turn it into this. If you say base 64 decode, it'll take that and it'll give you the actual plain text version of it. So encoding should not be confused with encryption, as using a specific encoding does not protect the confidentiality of something. As you can see right here, you literally just say decoded, and there's no other key or anything that's required, and it'll just take that and it'll turn it into plain text for you. It's reversible. Encoding is reversible. Anyone can change the data encoding with the right tools. For example, CyberChef, which is a big one. Encryption, which is covered in the previous rooms that we've done, protects data confidentiality using a cryptographic cipher and a key. Encryption is reversible, provided that we know the cipher and can access the actual key. And to continue with this, we're going to go to John the Ripper, which is going to be in the next episode. But if you want to learn more about this stuff, we can go into whatever this room is. So let's see what this room is. Introduction to Cryptography. Oh, I mean, we did this. We literally just did this. So I believe, yeah, we literally just did this. So this is actually the first episode in the cryptography section that we just went to. So you should already know all of that. So we're going to use base 64 to decode this piece right here, saved as decodethis.txt in task 8. So I'm just going to do base 64 decode. So we're going to go over here. We're going to go back one, and then we're going to go into task 8. And there's the file. So we're going to do base 64, right? And then we're going to do -d, and then we're going to say decode this.txt. And that's what it is. That's basically value. So it says base 64-d, and then decode this text file. It says encode decode is the value. So we're just going to do en code and then de code, and we're good with that. And that's pretty much it. So ensure you've noted the various concepts and tools. Okay, all right, make sure you make a note, guys. And just like that, we are officially wrapped with this room. So I hope you got some value out of it. And to find more videos like this one, or to get more videos in the CySec101 series, make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out. And of course, check out all of the other videos that you see right here in the channel. I'm going to try to make it look like I'm actually pointing to the channel. But look at everything. There's so much going on, and there's constantly new videos that are coming out. And then I've updated the homepage so that you can actually see the most popular playlists that we have over here. And then these are some of the individual playlists that have been deemed to be very, very valuable for people. So there's a lot of good stuff that's available. If you have not checked it out already, make sure you check out all of the other content that's available on the channel. And of course, drop a comment if you have any questions. I answer all of the comments that come in on my phone, so I answer them very quickly. And if you just want to say hi, or if you actually have a question, I'll answer your question. If it's a good question, I'll create a video for it, or we'll even create a playlist, which is what CySec101 is. It's in response to Darnell Knight's comment that came in that requested something on beginners for cybersecurity. So this is what this whole thing is about. So I really hope that you actually did find this useful. Make sure you like, subscribe, turn on notification bell, and drop a comment to say to ask a question, or if you just want to say hi, or if you just want to say thanks. And another way to say thanks is to support this channel by joining the Hackaholics Anonymous community, which is the premier YouTube community for security professionals and hackers. We have 4 tiers: the supporter, agent, guardian, and master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content, but the agent, guardian, master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, plus so much more. And you can join by simply clicking the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you'll be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. I hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section of the community, and that's about it. This is your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker/protector. Love, peace, and chicken grease. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you, and I'll see you in the next video later. In this episode, we're going to crack passwords, and we're doing it using the John the Ripper tool, which is part of the cryptography module that is a part of the Cybersecurity 101 pathway of TryHackMe. And this is the very last room that we had in the cryptography module. We did the basics of cryptography, public key cryptography. We did some hashing in the last episode. And in this episode, we are going to crack some passwords, which is my favorite part of cybersecurity in general. Just you feel like a hacker by the end of this whole thing. So it's a very, very exciting room, very exciting video. What do we got? We got the introduction, obviously. We got some basic terms, setting up the system, cracking some basic hashes. We got Windows authentication hashes, the Etsy shadow hashes, single crack mode, custom rules, cracking password protected zip files, cracking password protected RAR files, and cracking SSH keys, all with John the Ripper. And this is all based on the basics. Like, that's what the crazy thing is about this. Like, this is the basics room and the basics video of John the Ripper, and we're gonna do a lot of cracking of passwords and stuff like that. So it's really exciting. This is like this is the place where you go from theory and you go into practicality, and you start implementing a lot of these commands and a lot of these strategies and tactics that actually make you feel like a freaking hacker. So this is really exciting. Like, when I first got exposed to this, I was stoked about it. I could not get over it. I was on a high for like a week after that. It's such a cool experience. And I think no, this is actually a subscriber only room, so you do need a paid subscription to be able to use it on TryHackMe. But if you have John the Ripper on your own Linux machine, or if you just download it, you can then run all of these exercises that we're gonna do, and you'll still be able to do all of these things that I'm about to do right now as well. So cool exercise. I'm really excited about it, and we're gonna dive into it. If you'd like to support this channel, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous, which is the premier YouTube community for security professionals and hackers. And we have 4 tiers, which is the Cyber Supporter, Agent, Guardian, and Master. And each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. But the Agent, Guardian, and Master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join, and you'll be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. Now, without further ado, let us jump into John the Ripper. If you have asked around anybody that knows anything or has been long enough inside of cybersecurity and pen testing, they are very familiar with John the Ripper. And this is a well-loved tool. It's very versatile. It can do a lot of things, as you just saw inside of the introduction, the overview. So the prerequisites of everything that we're going to talk about are going to be the previous 3 videos that we did prior to this, which I think episode 21, 22, and 23. And they're all about cryptography and hashing and so on and so forth. And what we're going to do in this video is we're going to crack some Windows authentication hashes. We're going to crack the Etsy shadow hashes, password protected zip files, password protected RAR files, and of course SSH keys. So this room is all about cracking, as you can see right here. So it's really, really exciting. And again, I just keep saying it over and over, but this is literally where you start feeling like you are a hacker, like an actual pen tester and somebody that can do some damage inside of the cybersecurity world. So I'm really excited to go through this with you. I have already started the virtual machine, the attack box, or your own system. If you're doing OpenVPN, if you have the membership to Hackaholics Anonymous, if you have the membership to TryHackMe, then you can use the attack box in this particular room, or you can OpenVPN SSH into it and remote login into it and be able to still do all of those things. But for the most part, as long as you have John the Ripper on your machine, you can basically do everything that we're going to be doing. So that's all she wrote. That's all you need for the ability to actually run John the Ripper. To give you a little bit of a review on everything that we talked about in the previous videos, in case you have not seen them yet, hashes. A hash is basically a way of taking a piece of data of any length and representing it in another fixed form. This makes the original value of the data masked, so it basically kind of secures it or disguises it so that you don't know what the actual clear text value was. And the hash value is obtained by running the original data through a hashing algorithm, and it's like MD4, MD5, SHA-1, NTLM, so on and so forth. There's a lot of them. And so we can look at this as a potential example. So if we take the word polo, a string of 4 characters, and run it through the MD5 hashing algorithm, we end up with this thing, right? And it's a 32 character MD5 hash. And this does not look anything like the word polo, right? So otherwise, if we take polo mints, which is a string of 9 characters, and run it through the same MD5 hashing algorithm, we'll end up with another 32 character MD5 hash, but it's very different from the first one. That's what hashing does to words. You can get hash values for files and for installation files and so on and so forth. So hashing is applied to a lot of different things, but for words, this is how it works, right? And we did a good example or a series of examples of this in the last video that we did, which was just on hashing. So what makes hashes secure is that they are one way, meaning they cannot be decrypted or reversed. But what you can do is you can compare that hash value. So this, I can compare it against a massive file that stores all of the hash values for all of the most common words. And then I can just compare the values of those to see if I actually have that hash value in my storage and then what the plaintext version of it is, right? So this is called a rainbow table. Now, the technical explanation of all of this. So it's easy to calculate the hash value of a given input. However, it's a very hard problem to find the original input when you have the hash value. In simple terms, a hard problem quickly becomes computationally infeasible in computer science unless you use computers, the quantum computers, which I think is going to make it a little bit more feasible. So they have to come up with more advanced hashing algorithms. This problem has its roots in mathematics as P versus NP. In computer science, P and NP are 2 classes of problems that help us understand the efficiency of algorithms. P is for polynomial time. Polynomial, I think that I pronounced that right. Class P covers the problems whose solution can be found in polynomial time. Consider sorting a list in increasing order. The longer the list, the longer it would take to sort. However, the increase in time is not really exponential. Non-deterministic polynomial time are problems in the NP class for which a given solution can be checked quickly, even though finding the solution itself might be hard. In fact, we don't know if there is a fast algorithm to find the solution in the first place, right? While this is a fascinating concept, this proves that fundamental to computing and cryptography. It is entirely outside of the scope of this particular room, but abstractly, the algorithm to hash the value will be P, and it can therefore be calculated reasonably. However, an unhashing algorithm would be NP, which is intractable to solve, meaning that it can't be computed in a reasonable time using standard computers, right? So you can't, all of this to say, when you have a word, you can turn it into a hash value quickly, snap of a finger, blink of an eye. If you have the hash value and you want to get it back into the original word, that's a whole other problem. And depending on whether or not the database that you have actually has that hash value, then most likely you're not going to be able to find it, right? So unless you actually have that hash value stored somewhere, you're not going to be able to find it. To really understand this, I would recommend watching the hashing video that we did right prior to this. So the episode right before this episode was the hashing video. If you haven't seen that episode, I would highly recommend you watch it so you can understand the depths of everything that I just discussed right now. So John the Ripper comes in to help us with this. So even though the algorithm is not feasibly reversible, that doesn't mean that cracking the hash is impossible. If you have the hashed version of a password, for example, and you know the hashing algorithm, you can use that hashing algorithm to hash a large number of words, and we call this a dictionary. And then you can compare the hashes to the one that you're trying to crack to see if they match. And if they do, you know what word corresponds to that hash, and you've actually cracked the hash. This is called a dictionary attack, and John the Ripper, or John, is commonly shortened, which is how we refer to the tool when we go into the command line. This is the tool that conducts the fast brute force attacks on various hashes, and that's basically what we're going to be doing today. So for more in-depth material on encryption and decryption, we recommend Cryptography Basics, which is the earlier episode, and then the Public Key Cryptography, which is another episode, and then of course Hashing Basics, which is all of these are basically the 3 episodes that we did right before this video that you're watching right now. So we're going to focus on the most popular extended version of John the Ripper, which is Jumbo John. Look at that. So what is the most popular extended version? It's Jumbo John. That's the answer. So let's actually get into it. To set up your system to actually be able to do the exercises that we're going to talk about today, you need the Jumbo John version of John the Ripper, and then you need the RockU password list. Both of those are free and you can get them fairly easily. If you use the attached virtual machine or attack box that's inside of TryHackMe, you don't need to do any of that stuff because it comes with it. But you can also just skip through the installation if you already have this installed on your machine as well. I'm going to quickly walk you through the installation, and the version of John the Ripper that is other than Jumbo John, you might not have some of the required tools that we're going to need. So for example, zip to John or rar to John, you need those to be able to run the exercises that we're going to run in this video. So make sure that whatever you do get is actually the Jumbo John version of John the Ripper. And to be able to do that, there's a few different installation instructions that we have here. So on the attack box or Kali Linux, Jumbo John is already installed. So if you actually have Kali Linux installed on your machine, or if that's the machine that you're using and you're not on the attack box that I'm going to be using, then you don't need to because it comes pre-installed on your Kali Linux machine. You don't need to go ahead and install it. And then you can just double check it by typing John into the terminal. So for example, I'm going to actually do it inside of my terminal here to see if this actually exists for me. And I'm going to type John, and it says that's my version, right? So it says John the Ripper version, Jumbo, bleeding, whatever. Bleeding, that's hilarious. And then this is basically how it runs. You do John and then give it the options, and then you use some kind of a password file to be able to do it. So I actually do have it installed on my machine, which is great. So if you wanted to install it on some other kind of Linux distribution, you could essentially use the package managers, which is apt, for example, for most of the Ubuntu versions. DNF is the one that is for Fedora. So essentially you're just using sudo and then the name of the package manager, which is apt dnf or yum or whatever it is, and then you would do install and then John, and then it will go ahead and install it. At the time of this writing, these versions provided core functionality and missed some of the tools available through Jumbo John. Consequently, you need to consider building from the source to access all the tools available via Jumbo John, and the official installation guide is available here, which is a GitHub repository, and this is the OpenWall John GitHub repository. So if you go to github.com/openwall/John, you'll be able to get the various installation instructions so that you can get Jumbo John. Installing on Windows, you need to download and install the zipped binary of either 64-bit systems or 32-bit systems, and that I think is also available on the GitHub repository. Oh, I just literally, it just gave me the install file, but it was something that tried to open it from the GitHub repository. I'm going to cancel it because I do not want that on my Mac OS. It's not a Windows machine, so I hope it didn't even try to download the darn thing. Let me make sure. Yeah, okay, didn't try to download it. Okay, very good. But basically, these links actually get you. So if I copy the link and the address, and if we go to our browser, we can see that this is openwall.com/John/K, John, whatever. So this is actually directly from the OpenWall website where you would get the installation file to be able to get John the Ripper, and then the word list. So there's the seclist repository that's available on GitHub that actually has a copy of RockU in it. So let's see. As mentioned, we have a dictionary attack against hashes. You need a list of words to hash and compare. This is called a word list. There are several different word lists out there. A good collection can be from the seclist repository, which is on GitHub, and you can just Google seclist GitHub, and then you'll be able to find that. There are a few places that you can look for word lists for attacking the system of your choice, and we're going to run through those where we find them. So on Kali Linux and the attack box that we have, it's installed in the user share word list. So if you actually install Kali Linux, you will automatically have a user share word list directory that has the word list that you're looking for. And RockU is the one that specifically we're going to be using for all of the exercises in this video. And this is based on the data breach that happened against the RockU website, and it has over 14 million passwords inside of it. And it's insane to think about, but yes, it does have it. You can get RockU from the seclist repository under that. The passwords leaked databases subsection, and then you can extract it from the tar or essentially the zip file, the archive file, using tar and then xvzf rocku so you can unzip it or unarchive it using this command, which is the xvzf. So you're essentially I forget what the acronyms of those are, but these are the actual, these first three, XVZ, are the commands or the options to go ahead and extract something. There we go. X is extract something, and then you have V for verbose, and then Z is the zip file, and then F would be to actually dedicate the file name that you want to unzip using tar, and then followed by that, you would give it the name of the actual file that you're trying to unzip, and that's basically it. This is the virtual machine that's been assigned to me for this session, and if you have access to TryHackMe as a paid subscriber, you would also get access to your own virtual machine. It's going to be obviously a very different IP address, but that is pretty much it for what we got. So which website breach was the RockU text created from? And that would be rocku.com. So now let's crack some basic hashes. All right, so there are a few different ways that you can use John the Ripper to crack some hashes, hash cracking. The basic syntax is like this. You have John and then the option that you want to use, and then the name of the file that you're going to use to crack the name of the dictionary file, the path of the dictionary file, for example. So for example, John, and then you would give it the word list, and then this would be the path to the word list that you're going to use. And then this is the path to the file that you want to crack. So my bad. So this option is actually the option that we have, for example, word list, that we're going to use a word list as our option. And then we would give it the path to the word list. And then we would give it a path to the file that we want to crack. That's basically what it is. So the word list would be one option, right? And it just automatically starts using that word list, and it goes to whatever the file is to try to crack it. If it's a RAR file, if it's just a text file that includes the hash that you want to crack. So for example, this is the actual full command here. The word list equals the path of the RockU word list, and then there's a file called hash2crack.txt, and that's how we run this command for just automatic cracking. If you want to identify the hash, so for example, if you want to know what kind of hash you need to crack, we would use the hash ID Python file, and this is also available through the hash ID repository, and you can just download it by using wget or curl to download the Python file, which is the hashid.py from the GitLab page, and then you can launch it with Python 3 hashid.py because it is a Python file, so you need to launch it as such, and then you would enter the hash that you're actually trying to decipher or trying to identify, right? So First, this is the wget command to actually install it. And then once you have it installed, you would do Python 3 and then hash ID. And then you give it the hash that you want to identify. That's basically what we're trying to do. So format specific cracking. So John and then giving it a format and then the word list and then the path to the file. So for example, if you know that it's an raw MD5 hash, that's where the format comes in, and then the word list itself and then the hash to crack. And that's the command that we would use. And when you tell John to use formats, if you're dealing with a standard hash type, for example, MD5, as in the example above, you have to prefix it with raw dash to tell John that you're just dealing with a standard hash type, though this doesn't always apply. To check if you need to add the prefix or not, you can list all of the formats using John list formats and either check manually or grep for your hash type using the list formats and then pipe it into grep to see if it actually exists in there, right? And the -I right here is to be case insensitive, and then the F would, I believe, I don't know, I forget what the F stands for, but I know that -I stands for to be case insensitive, so that you can actually just list through something and then just find it. Now that we know this, we can use these things for the rest of this room that we have. So task 4 is going to be where the files that we're looking for are going to be installed in our virtual machine. And then from there, we're just going to run through everything. What I'm going to do is I'm going to start the attack box so I can actually use it has a nicer interface and there's more functionalities with it instead of just using this thing right here. But everything's actually installed in our task 4, which is the John the Ripper. It's actually on this virtual machine that we see right here. So everything that we want is inside of our virtual machine. I just want to SSH into it. So I'm going to actually start the attack box and then I'm going to SSH into it and then we're going to run the exercises. Okay, so I have the attack box up. I'm just going to open up a terminal real quick, and then we're going to SSH into our machine. And it's very simple. You just do SSH and then do user, which is the name of my user. And I'm going to give it the IP address, which is 10.10.121.214. Then we're going to press enter. We're going to say, yes, we want to connect to this, and then TryHackMe 123 exclamation. And that's it. So I am now officially logged in to this. Did I log in? Oh, it did. Yes. Okay, very good. We have officially logged in. So there we go. So now we are the user in the virtual machine 121.214. So now we can actually continue with the rest of these exercises, which would require that we actually know what we are doing here. So first, what type of hash is hash 1? What is the hashed or the crack value of this? So let me see if we actually even have the hash ID file. All right, cool. So I do have it. I just basically ran a very simple find command. So find in the root machine, which is what that / represents, something by the name of hashid.py. And then this 2 to the dev null, this portion just gets rid of all of the error messages and only shows you the one successful thing or whatever successful location it is that you're trying to find. So it is actually here. It is inside of the John the Ripper location. So we're just going to go into the John the Ripper, and then where is it? It's in task 4. So we're going to go into task 4, and we should have hash ID Python. There it is. Okay, so very good. So now the first question is, what is the hash of the hash1 text file? So if we go here, we can see that we have hash1, hash2, hash3, and hash4. So I'm going to do Python 3, and I'm going to do hashid.py, and I'm going to do hash1.txt, press enter, and then it says not found, huh? Why is it not found? What do you mean? So should I be giving it the actual hash value? I think that's what I should be doing. That's what's going on. Okay, so we're going to cancel that out. We're going to clear that out. We are going to do a cat of the hash1.txt, and we're going to copy our hash file or hash value, and then I will do one more time, Python 3 hashid.py, and then I'm going to give it the hash value, press enter. There we go. So MD5, 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 MD5. Okay, and the answer is indeed MD5. The next one is, what is the cracked value of hash1.txt? So now we get to use John the Ripper. So I'm going to close this out. I'm going to clear the screen, and then we're going to go over here, and we're going to use a couple of things here. So we're going to first do John. Hopefully you can actually see this. Let me see if I can zoom in a little bit more. So we're going to do John, we're going to do format, and then we're going to do equals raw MD5 or raw dash, come on, MD5. So that's the format. And then we're going to do word list, and that's going to be user share word lists rawq.txt. And then we're going to do hash1.txt, press enter. And there we go. It says for almost any other reason, biscuit, potentially. I think that's it, right? Session complete. And the cracked value of the hash is indeed biscuit. So very good. We got that right. All right. So what type of hash is now hash 2? So essentially we're going to be running these commands very similarly together. So I don't want to mount anything. I don't know why it's doing that. Okay, so now we're going to look at the hash 2 file. So we're going to do cat hash2.txt, and I'm going to take this, copy that, and then we're going to do python 3 hash id.py, and then we're going to paste the hash value here, enter, and it is a SHA-1, and I'm guessing it's going to ask us to solve that. So we're going to try to find the value of that. So then we're going to do John, we're going to do format, format equals raw dash SHA-1, and then we're going to do word list equals what was it? User share word lists dot rawq.txt, and then we're going to do hash2.txt. There we go. And kangaroo is the answer for that one. So let's see if we got those two. It is SHA-1, yes. The cracked value is kangaroo, yes. So now what type of hash is hash 3? And then of course we're going to find the value of hash 3. And then same thing for hash 4 and the value of that. So we're going to now try to find all of those other ones. So we're going to do hash 3 and hash 4 respectively. So here we go. Clear this bad boy right here, and again I'm just going to run the commands, and I'm going to just show you the output. So this one is SHA-256, this is hash 3 is SHA-256, and then we're going to now run John. All right, there we go. So microphone is going to be that one. So what do we have? SHA-256 is hash 3, yes. And then the value is microphone, yes. Excellent. So far, so good. And now we need to do the same thing for SHA-4. Excuse me, hash 4, my bad. So this one says either SHA-512 or Whirlpool are the two potential algorithms that we have for this. So let's see what the answer was. Hash 3... Hash 4 says that it is Whirlpool, so very good. And then so let's go and actually get it. You may have just seen the value of the actual file, but we're just going to run the exercise anyway. So it's going to be John, and then we're going to do format equals Whirlpool. And there we go. Colossal would be the answer. And so we actually were able to pull that up as well, and it is indeed colossal. So pretty simple, right? Pretty simple series of commands that we were able to run to actually be able to get all of this stuff. Number one, we needed to actually get the value that is inside of the hash file. So hash4.txt, you do a cat, which it basically concatenates, meaning it displays the contents of that text file onto our screen for us. And then we're going to copy this whole thing, and then that ends up being our hash value that we're going to feed into hash ID's Python, and then we're gonna just paste that, and when you press enter, it says these are the possible hashes, and it says least possible hashes, which is SHA-12, SHA-512, and then Whirlpool, and then it's HMAC, and that's the only thing, because the possible ones are still 512 and Whirlpool, it just doesn't have the HMAC at the end of it. And then so you do Control C and you get out of that, and then just you run the command, the John the Ripper command, using the format, which is Whirlpool, and then we use a word list, which ends up being the same path, right? So user share word lists rawq.txt, and then we say hash4.txt, and then it runs it. And what did I do? Whirlpool, John, format, whirlpool, word list, user share word list rawq, hash4.txt. So it says default input encoding 1password hash, cracked 1password hash, use show no password hashes left to crack. So it did crack it, but it's just not showing it to me. That's so weird. I wonder if it's because I already cracked it once. So let's do show at the end of that. And it says invalid options show. That's so weird. I literally just did this. So it's like, why isn't it working? Oh, you know what? I think maybe it's because I didn't do raw whirlpool. Maybe that's what it is. So let's try that, and then we'll do raw whirlpool. Whirlpool. I spelled whirlpool right. So I don't know if that's the reason why. There is no such thing as raw whirlpool. So maybe I'm misspelling whirlpool or something. Whirlpool. No, that's so weird. I literally just did it. You saw me do it. So this is the thing that I'm like, what the heck? Why isn't it working? I literally just did this, and it's now telling me that I can't do it. That's so obnoxious, dude. Okay, so this is what I find to be very interesting. So it did solve it, and it said that it's been saved inside of this file right here. So I basically just concatenated that. I displayed it onto my screen. I did cat, and then I did the path to that file. And it has all the ones that it's solved for us so far. So it has biscuit, kangaroo, microphone, and then the whirlpool hash, which is colossal. So it does have it. I don't know why it didn't display it onto the screen for me, which is very interesting. I think it's because the first time that you do it, it displays it onto the screen. The next time that you do it, it just says it's already been cracked, and just check the file that stores all of that stuff. So in either case, we have all of our answers, and now we can move on to cracking Windows authentication hashes. Authentication hashes are the hashed versions of passwords that are stored by an operating system. It's possible sometimes to crack them using our brute force methods, which is basically what we've been doing. To get your hands on these, you have to first be a privileged user more often than not. So we'll explain some of the hashes that we plan on cracking as we actually attempt them. So the first one is the NTLM, also known as the NT hash. The NT hash is the format for modern Windows operating system machines that are used to store user and service passwords. It's also commonly referred to as NTLM, which references the previous version of Windows format for the hashing passwords known as LM. Thus, we have NTLM. So a bit of history, the designation for Windows products originally meant new technology, that's what NT is. It was used starting Windows NT to denote products that are not built from MS-DOS operating system. Eventually, the NT line became the standard operating system type to be released by Microsoft, and the name was dropped, but it still lives on in the names of some Microsoft technologies. And then the SAM, which is the Security Account Manager, is used to store the account information, including usernames and hash passwords. So you can acquire the NT hash or NTLM hashes by dumping the SAM database on a Windows machine using a tool like Mimikatz, or using the Active Directory database, which is also done ntds.dit. You may not have to crack the hashes to continue privilege escalation, as you can often just conduct a pass the hash attack instead, but sometimes hash cracking is a viable option if there is a weak password policy. So as we established in the last video, to be able to crack a hash, quote unquote, you're essentially comparing it against the database of hashes that has the plain text equivalent stored in the database. You're not actually cracking the hash. You're just comparing it against a very large database of hash values and their plain text equivalent to see if you have it. If you don't have it, then you just pass the hash and then use that as a login. So now we know this, see if we can use the techniques that we discussed in the last task and the knowledge of what the hash is to crack the ntlm.txt file. This is inside of the basics task 5 portion. And it says, what do we need to set the format flag in order to crack this hash? So let's go and actually run the format, the hash ID option here. So let's see here. we're going to go to task 5 first. And we have the NTLM text file in there. So we're going to do Python. Actually, no, we have to do cat, and then we're going to do ntlm.txt. And that's the contents of it. We're going to copy this, and let's see if hash ID even notices this, because it looks so similar to MD5. So hash id.py, and then we're going to give it the value here, and it says can't open this file, John the Ripper, hash ID, no hash file or directory. Oh, I see, because I need to actually look, I need to use the full path of that instead of just the hash ID file. So we're going to do it this way. Okay, there you go. So it did, for the most part, it says that it's MD5, and then you have NTLM at the very, very top right here, least possible hashes, and it says possible hashes MD5, domain cache rate credentials. And so it is technically NTLM, and that is basically it. So I mean, they told us that this was an NTLM hash, so that part is kind of, it's kind of silly for me to run this whole thing. What we need to do is we need to run John, and then we need to do list, and then do formats, I believe, and it's going to give us all of the formats that we have over here. And the one that we're looking for is NTLM, and it is, for the most part, I mean, I'm gonna search through this to see if I can find it. Okay, so it just made it a little bit easier for myself. I grepped it. I piped that output, that massive output, into grep, and then I just searched for NT and then made it case insensitive. So we have net NTLM v2, net NTLM. We have NT. We have NT long, plain text, which is another one. So, I mean, for the most part, I think it's either NT long, or net NTLM, or V2. So for searching for NTLM, I mean, the answer that we had over here was NT. That's the actual answer. And then if we went to crack this, we would be able to crack it using a similar command. So I want to see what, oh, see, the hint says it only has 2 characters. So that was how we can kind of establish that it's, you know, net NTLM v2 versus net NTLM, or net NT, or NT long, so on and so forth. All right, so now that we know the format, we're just basically gonna run it. So John format equals NT, and then we're gonna do the same thing. Word list equals user share word lists, and then rocku.txt, and then the hash file, which is ntlm.txt. And it's going to run, and then the value is mushroom. And what do we have over here? Mushroom. Nicely done, right? Not too complicated. It's like, it's fairly simple. Once you have the format down and you know how to find the algorithm, it's fairly simple. The Etsy shadow file was another file that we talked about in the hashing video, the last hashing video. And it stores all of the hash values of the user's passwords on a Linux machine. And for the most part, it is not accessible to anybody other than a root user or a sudoer. So what we can do is we can technically unshadow the files. But in order to do that, we need to combine the Etsy shadow file with the Etsy password file. The Etsy password file is publicly viewable, so everybody can actually view it. But it only shows the list of the usernames. It does not show the hash values for their passwords. The Etsy shadow file is the only file that actually has the hash values for the passwords. So in order to be able to do this, we're going to use a tool that is built into John called unshadow. And the basic syntax is unshadow, path to the password file, and then path to the shadow file. And you need both of those files. And so you would unshadow, and then you would run essentially the full path, which is Etsy password and Etsy shadow. And that's basically it. So unshadow, local password, local shadow, and then it goes into the unshadowed.txt. So you do need to actually output it into a new text file, which will end up storing the combined version or the unshadowed version of the file. You can either use the entire Etsy password, Etsy shadow file, assuming you have them available, or you can use the relevant line for each example. So file 1 would be the local password file, which is the Etsy password file. And then the line for the user would be this guy right here. The line for the root user is the very first line. File 2, the local shadow file, contains this. And then the line for that would be this whole thing right here. and then you would combine them together. Now, this is actually showing the contents of the shadow file. This is the hash and everything that we discussed in the last video. So this is assuming that you actually can read the shadow file, right? So we can then feed from the output from the shadow file. So we can feed the output of the unshadow file into our example, which is the unshadowed txt, and then directly fed it into John. So it would still use the RockU word list, and the format would still be the same, but then you're just going to look at the unshadowed text file. And so now that we can do this, it says if you can follow the process to crack the password hash of the root user provided in the etc hashes file, good luck. These files are located in this particular location. So I feel like it is already available to us. So let's see if we can go into task 6 and find it. Yeah, I mean, so inside of the task 6 directory, we have the local password and local shadow, and it's been turned into the etc hashes txt file. So if I wonder if I just run this, if it'll actually work. So SHA-512 is what it said, or let's do raw SHA-512, and then we're going to do the word list. Okay, that is my bad. The etc hashes file is not the unshadowed version of this. It's saying this is everything I managed to recover from the target machine, da 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 da. And then they gave us the local password and the local shadow, which actually contains these two values that we see right here. So we actually have to use the unshadow command first. That actually makes sense because they want us to practice. So we are going to first do the unshadow thing, and then from there we're going to crack the hash. Okay, so there we go. We ran unshadow, local password, local shadow, and then we outputted it into the unshadowed file. And now we have that, and it is a 512 crypt from what the hint kind of in the task actually gave us. So now I'm just going to use John. Format is going to be SHA-512 crypt, and then I'm going to do the word list, and everything else is going to stay the same. Okay, so there we go. So we actually have the 1Password hash that's actually been done, and it's inside of our file. So home, let's see if we can find it. And there we go. So this is the one right here, and it says 1234 is the password, which is actually the answer that we're looking for here, which is 1234. So that did work. My apologies. I kind of assumed that it was already done for us, but I didn't read the file that was like etc shadows or whatever, and I didn't realize that there was this whole note that somebody had left in there. I thought it was already the completed unshadowed file for us, and it was not. So now we have the way that we were able to get that, and we unshadowed it, and then we cracked it, and that was it. So now let us run the next exercise, which is single crack mode. So single crack mode, as the name implies, John uses only the information that was provided in the username to try to work out the possible passwords heuristically by slightly changing the letters and numbers contained within the username. So for example, it's called word mangling. And we can mangle the word. So for example, the username Marcus, some possible passwords would be Marcus1, Marcus2, Marcus3, or Marcus with a capital A, AR or ARK, and then Marcus with an exclamation, a $sign, so on and so forth. So these are ways to create passwords from the username Marcus by using the word mangling technique. This is building its dictionary based on the information it has been fed, and then uses a set of rules called the mangling rules, which define how it can mutate the word that it started with to generate a word list based on relevant factors for the target that you're trying to crack. And this exploits how poor passwords can be based on information about the username or the service that they're logging into. Geckos is another way. So word mangling also features compatibility with Gecko's field of Unix operating system, as well as other Unix-like operation systems like the Linux operating system. And then we have Geckos, which is the standard for General Electric Comprehensive Operating System. And we looked at the entries for Etsy Shadow and Etsy Password in the last task. So you'll notice that the fields are separated by a colon. The fifth field in the user account record is the Geckos field, and it stores general information about the user, like the user's full name, their office number, and telephone number, among other things. John can take information stored in those records, such as the full name and home directory name, to add to the word list it generates when it's cracking the Etsy Shadow hashes with single crack mode. And then using it would be done by doing single instead of the word list, right? So it says we just want to do this in single hash cracking mode. We give it the format, and then we give it the path to the hash file or the hashes file, and then it'll try to generate it for us. So it'll go from this right here. So if you're cracking it in single hash mode, you need to change the file format that you're feeding John for it to understand what data to create from a word list. You do this by prepending the hashes with the username that the hash belongs to. So according to the above example, we would change this file into Mike, and then that would be the hash value that follows it, and then it would know what it's doing, basically. So what we're trying to do now is we're trying to take the Joker's username, and then we're going to try and crack his hash by prepending the hash value. So first I'm going to go into the task 7 file, and inside of that folder we actually have the hash 07 file, and it has the actual hash right here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to essentially just create a new one. So we will do echo, and then we'll do Joker, not Josser, Joker, and then we'll place that at the end of it, and then we're going to echo it into the new hash.txt file, and we should have new hash. And if I do a cat of new hash, it should say Joker as well as the hash. So now we have the actual hash value. So we're going to do John, and we're going to do single, and then we're going to give it the format, which I guess, what was the format here? So it gives us the format. Does it give us a format? I guess raw SHA-256 potentially. I'm just going to assume that it's raw SHA-256. If it is, great. If it's not, then I'll run the Python ID, the hash ID thing. So we'll do format equals raw SHA-256, and then from there we will give it the new hash.txt and let it run. There is nothing as raw SHA to, oh, it's not SHA with a W. Bro, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing? There we go. And it says no password hash is loaded. Isn't that interesting? I did have new hash.txt, so what am I missing here? So let's see. We have the hash, we added the user to it, and then format, single, John, hashes. For the most part, I think I did it right. So now that we're familiar with this, single crack, access the hash and crack it, assuming that the user belongs to his Joker. The file is located in that location. And so the user is Joker. That's the hash that we have. It would be new hash would be the name of the file. And new hash.txt is what I did. So I wonder what the issue is. Okay, well, that seems to have been the issue. It was the wrong format. So it's MD5. So it would be raw-MD5 would be the way that we would need to run it. So now I will try that one more time. I'm going to go back into the task 7 location, and we have the new hash. So now we're going to do MD5. So we'll do single, and then we'll do format is going to be raw MD5 like that. And then we have new hash because we don't need a text file. And there we go. Okay, so cool. So Joker is the password with a 3 instead of an E. And that is indeed the password here. So I was just using the wrong formatting, and I needed to identify the format of the hash value that we were trying to dehash or decrypt or whatever. And that's it. So now we can go and look at custom rules here. So just like the single crack mode and the other rules or formats that it actually has, or the methods or mediums that John can work, we can actually create our own custom rules. Many organizations require a level of password complexity to try to combat dictionary attacks. In other words, when creating a new account or changing your password, if you attempt a password like polo password, it'll most likely not work, and you'll actually be notified that it's a weak password. So the reason would be the enforced password complexity. As a result, you may receive a prompt telling you that passwords have to have lowercase, uppercase, number, and a symbol, which is complexity. However, we can exploit the fact that most users will be predictable in the location of these symbols. So for example, the uppercase would be the first letter, and then the number and the symbol would be at the end of it typically. So for this criteria, many users will turn polo password into this, right? So considering the password with a capital letter first and a number followed by a symbol at the end, this familiar pattern of the password appended and prepended by modifiers like the capital letters or symbols is a memorable pattern that people use and reuse when creating passwords. This pattern can let us exploit password complexity predictability. So this meets the password complexity requirements, meaning this thing. However, as attackers, we can exploit the fact that people know the likely position of these added elements to create dynamic passwords from our word list. We know that people will actually do this, right? So how to create the rule would be done inside of the configuration file for John, which is inside of the optional installations. So opt John and then John configuration on the attack box that we have, but it's usually, if you can find where John was installed, or if you've dedicated where it should be installed, and in Linux it's typically inside of the optional installs. I would be inside of the John directory, and it's called John conf. Or if you don't know where it is, for example, and you want to find where it is, you can run the same command that I ran earlier, where it's basically you do find and then you give it the / to look inside of the entire computer, and you say by the name, and you want john.conf to be found, and then we would do to dev null to just get rid of all of the error messages, and immediately it shows you where it is. So you have opt, and then you have the other one which is for the specific user, and then the etc directory as well that has a configuration file. And I think it's the same, but I think when John uses its configuration file, it's typically referring to the opt directory of it. So if you, it's located here, if you have it installed using a package builder or from the source with make, so that's where it would be typically located. So let's go over the syntax of these custom rules using the example that we have, and defining a massive or granular, massive level of granular control in these rules. So if you look at the wiki page that they have for John, which is on OpenWall's website, it will show you the configurations and the character classes, the string commands, all of these other things that would be good to know for using John. So now, the first line is list.rules, and then thm rules is used to define the name of your rule. This is what you will use to call your custom rule in a John argument. So for example, we use a regex style pattern, which to match the pattern match to define where the word will be modified. I just lost my mind. Again, we will only cover the primary and most common modifiers here, which is AZ takes the word and appends it with the characters that you define. A0 takes the word and prepends it with the character you define, and then C capitalizes the character positionally. So these can be used in combination to define where and what in the word you want to modify. We must define what characters should be appended, prepended, or otherwise included. We do this by adding character sets in square brackets where they should be placed. These modifiers follow the modifier patterns inside the double quotes, and here are some common examples. Please note that the -A will include only A, and -this will include the symbols and at, so on and so forth. So this is what it kind of looks like. So if you want to do A to Z, it's going to include both upper and lowercase letters. A to Z is going to include only uppercase letters. A to Z is going to include only lowercase letters. So you can see like this, the first one is uppercase, the second one is lowercase. That means it's going to be both upper and lowercase. This is all uppercase, this is all lowercase. And then this is only going to include the number 0. 0 to 9 would include 0s to 9, so on and so forth. So putting this all together to generate a word list from the rules that would match the example password polo password 1, assuming the password was polo password in our word list, we would create a rule entry that looks like this. So the list rules polo password, this would be the name of the rule. And then this is what the regular expression essentially looks like. So C would be for capitalizing the character positionally. So you would put it in front of the very first letter. And then you say AZ. And then you have inside of the quotations the rest of your pattern. So this C capitalizes the first letter. AZ appends the to the end of the word. So this appends to the end of the word. And then 0 to 9 is a number in the range 0 to 9. And then these are the passwords followed to the symbol. So you have, this is the actual rule. So you capitalize the first letter. That's the rule. And then at the end of the word, the password itself, you want to append these things, right? So that's what this piece follows. The very first thing is just say capitalize the first letter. This would be appended to the end of the word. And then these are the things that I want you to append. A number in the range of 0 to 9, a password that has any of these symbols. So rule polo password is the rule that we would actually use. And then it would be John word list path to the actual word list, rule polo password, and then path to the file that we want to crack. As a note, it says, I find it helpful to talk out the patterns if you're writing a rule as shown above the sample. The same applies to writing regex pattern. Jumbo John already has an extensive list of custom rules containing modifiers for almost all cases. If you get stuck, try looking at those rules, which is around line 678. If your syntax isn't working correctly, now it's time to go. So what do custom rules allow us to exploit, which is the password complexity predictability? That's what custom rules allow us to exploit. What rule would we use to add all capital letters to the end of the word? So if we go over here again, just to kind of see what we're trying to do, we're trying to see all capital letters. So it's A to Z, both caps, right? And then it's not inside of the square brackets. And we're trying to put it to the end of the word. So it's A0. And then you would put inside of the quotes A to Z. So that should be what the answer is right here. Yeah, so all capital letters to the end of the word. It should have been A0, not AZ. That's actually very interesting. So to the end of the word, let me go double check this right here. Takes the word and appends it with the character, appends it. I see. A0 prepends it, my bad. A0 prepends it, AZ appends it. Very good. Append meaning it adds it to the end. Everything else was right though. Okay, so cool, there's that. And what flag would we use to call a custom rule called THM rules? It would be the dash, where is it? Dash rule, and then THM rule would be the flag that we would use. And there it is. That's it. So I'm not going to create one because it would take time and energy and effort, but essentially it would be exactly the same thing here. I don't want to be lazy. I'm not trying to be lazy. The instructions have been very clear for us, so we can kind of use the instructions in some of the questions that they asked us. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole because I am limited on recording time this evening, but I promise you, if you follow the rules and all of the instructions that was here, you will not have an issue. And then if all else fails, you can go to Gemini and ask it a specific question about what you're trying to do, and it'll help you. But for the most part, if you actually follow these instructions, I promise you it'll work. So let's move to the task 9, which is cracking passwords, password protected zip files. So this is one of those things that, again, it kind of comes down to the complexity of the password that was used to lock the zip file, right? Because in a lot of cases, if you're getting a zip file from an insurance company or something, they're not going to give you like a simple password. It's usually a very complex password. So just keep that part in mind. Very similar to the unshadow tool that we used previously, Zip to John is another one of those tools that comes with Jumbo John. And it's like this. So zip to John, and then the options, the zip file, and then the output file would be the unlocked version of the file. So the option would be to pass specific checksum options to this. It's typically not necessary. The zip file is the path to the actual zip file, and then this redirects it, and then the output file is the file that would be unlocked. So zip to John, zip file, and then zip hash. That's basically it, right? So then when we're then able to take the file that we output from zip to John, in our example, the hash, and then as we did with unshadow, and then feed it directly into John as we have made the input specifically for it. So my bad, this is not the unzipped file or the unlocked file, it's the hash value of the locked file, so that we can go ahead and crack it. So now we have a zip file that is inside of task 9 that we're going to go ahead and do this with. So let me clear the screen. I'm going to go into task 09 here, and we're going to list it, and it says there's a secure zip file. So it is zip to John, and then I'm going to do secure.zip, and then I'm going to do zip hash.txt, and we'll do that. And let me see if I got it, and I did get it. So there we go. So it did actually work. Zip to John, secure zip, and then that forward button, and then zip hash.txt, and now I have a hash value here. And if I need, I most likely have to run the hash ID thing. So let's do zip hash.txt real quick. Zip, my God, I can't even spell. See, that's what happens at the end of the night. This is massive. Look at this thing. This is a large freaking file here. So cat of zip hash.txt looks like this, and flag.txt, pkzip, so on and so forth. So all they did was they just used the zip hash file without any kind of formatting. Feed it directly as we've made the input specifically for it. So I'm just going to run it without looking at the format, because it's very interesting. So we'll run it, see if it actually works, because that's pretty crazy. That's a very crazy output for that. User share word lists, and then we'll do rocku.txt, and then we're going to do the zip hash. Oh, it worked. Look at that. That was pretty crazy. So it actually worked. So pass 1, 2, 3. I didn't even need to do anything, because it literally analyzed all of this, and it was able to pull the hash from it. So now this is the actual password. So now we can unlock the secured file. So we're going to do cat secure, or maybe I can do unzip and then secure.zip, and then it's going to say password, and there we go, and flag.zippy. So there we go. Let's go into zippy, and then there's the flag. So flag, there it is. So that's our flag. THM, well done, hash royal, and there's the actual flag. Cool. So now let's go to hashing password protected RAR archives. And this is also very similar to the zip to John and the unshadow, so on and so forth. So this is called RAR to John, and you can take a RAR archive and then essentially create an output file from it. So RAR to John, and then the path of the RAR file, or the name of the RAR file, and then the output file where we store the output from the command. And so in this particular case, again, it's going to turn it into a hash txt file for us. And then once we want to crack it, we would do it the same exact way that we just did with that zip file hash, and then we would be able to get it. So that's exactly what I'm going to do for the secure RAR, and that's going to be inside task 10. So I will do cd /task10, and we're now inside of, there's no task 10 directory. Oh, I see, because I'm inside zippy. So we will do, there we go. That should be fine. Excellent. So now inside of task 10, we have a secure RAR file. And so what is it called? It's RAR to John, right? Yeah, RAR to John. Okay, so let's run the command for RAR to John, and then we will look at the hash, and then dehash the hash, or decrypt the hash. And I think that's basically it for all of our exercises in this video. So let's do it. All right, there we go. So we essentially, I did the same thing. So I did RAR to John, secure RAR. I put it into a RAR hash text file, and then I found it, and then I ran The first time that I ran it, I forgot to put an equal sign right there. So I just reran it using the word list equals, and then we use rock_u and then the hash text file, and then we got it. So password is the password for that secure RAR. So now we want to look at the zip file. I think, what is it? Unrar. So unrar is the unzip version for RAR files, basically. So we're going to use unrar to unrar it. Ha ha ha. Some of these words are just so fun to say. Like I feel like a kid sometimes. So unrar, what was it? I think it's called secure RAR, right? Yeah, unrar, and then secure.rar, and then what? Did I do this incorrectly? Okay, so I was actually missing the X option, the X flag to actually extract the file. So we will do unrar X and then secure.rar, and there we go. Enter password. And it is now done, and there it is. Okay, so there we go, flag.txt, and there's our flag. So that was it for that, and so that should be the flag for that. Excellent. Oh, we have one more, the SSH keys. So let's crack some SSH keys with John. So usually for ID RSA files, there is a SSH private key password. So unless configured otherwise, you authenticate your SSH login using a password. However, you can configure key-based authentication, which lets you use the private key, which is the ID RSA, as an authentication key to log into a remote machine. Doing so will often require a password to access the private key. We will be using John to crack this password to allow authentication over SSH using the key. The tool is called SSH2John, and this is actually a Python file. In our case, it's inside of the opt_john SSH2John location. So if you're doing this on the attack box, you just replace this with Python 3, and then you refer to the Python file. And the sample command is pretty straightforward. So SSH2John, in this case, again, this is being replaced by Python 3, and then the ID RSA file, and then the output file that we want to create. So as an example, this is what it looks like. And then it turns into the hash value. And then when we have that, again, very simple. You just run it and you get the hash value broken down. So this is going to be inside of task 11 for us. And then we're going to get the password for the SSH. So I'm going to clear my screen. I'm going to do CD task 11. And then let's zoom in here. And so inside of this location, we have the ID RSA file. So we'll do Python 3, it should be opt_john, and then ssh2john.py, and then we have the ID RSA, and it's going to go into RSA hash.txt. We'll run that, and then there is the RSA hash. So now we can just run John regularly using a word list, and it should be good, right? It should be pretty, hopefully, should be pretty easy to do. And it actually was. And there it is, mango. I love mangoes, absolutely love them. What is the SSH private key password? It is indeed mango, my dear friends. So let's see what our further reading is, and then I'll give you some final summary notes, and we'll call it a night. So the further reading portion of this is basically just telling us to go look at the OpenWall wiki link for John the Ripper, which if you have not checked out, it's a very good resource, especially if you're trying to get really good at John the Ripper, and then use the tool, right? Install the tool, go through as many different versions of exercises as you possibly can, try to crack hashes and create hashes using some of the tools that we went through in the hashing video. I don't think I didn't do it inside of this video, but if you go watch the hashing video, which is the episode right before this one, there's going to be a couple of tools that I show you to create hashes. And then you can obviously also just create hashes using the command line, and there's a lot of different ways to do it. So once you've created the hash, you then want to crack the hash, and then you can do that using all of the exercises that we ran today. So it's a very useful tool. It's one of my favorite tools to use. John the Ripper, Hydra, and these various tools are one of those tools, like Hashcat. These are they kind of are in the same breath when we're talking about cracking passwords and hacking and things like that. If you actually know how to use these things, they're very, very powerful tools. So for the most part, that's basically all I got for you. To get more videos like this one, make sure you like, subscribe, and turn on notification bell. Like, subscribe, and turn on notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out in the CySec101 playlist. And then there's, of course, a bunch of videos that already exist on the channel, including everything that is available to the Cybersecurity 101 playlist that we have over here. There's, as I'm recording this, there's 27, but I think by the time that you see this video, this will probably be like the 29th video or something like that for that playlist. And then there's a bunch of other playlists and a bunch of other really cool videos that also exist, that they all will serve useful if you know what you're looking for and if you want to do further studies and independent studies, so on and so forth. So make sure you definitely do that, and then drop a comment if you have any specific questions that you want to ask me. I am very responsive in the comment section, and if it's a really good comment, I will create a video in response to your comment. And then if it's really, really good, then I'll create a playlist, which is what we did here in response to Darnell Knight's comment, which is the CySec 101 playlist that we created. So make sure you like, subscribe, turn on the notification bell, and drop a comment if you have any questions, or if you just want to say hi, or if you just want to say thanks. And another way to say thanks would be to support this channel by joining Hackaholics Anonymous, which is the premier YouTube community for security professionals and hackers. We have 4 tiers, which is the supporter, agent, guardian, and master, and each tier gets their own Discord server as well as early access to content. But the agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every month, and of course much, much more. And you can join by simply clicking the link in the description below, or you can go to our homepage and click the join button there, or you can go to youtube.com/@HankHacksHackers/join to be able to join Hackaholics Anonymous. I hope I see you in those Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section of this YouTube channel. And that's it.